Chapter 73. Whether it's good or not, the reviews are the best. How do you feel after reading it? Please leave a review or something. If there are any inadequacies, time will correct them. At the same time, I hope that everyone can give me a recommendation ticket. Within the pitch-black cave, due to the cloud-splitting wolf's special restriction, it was as dark as ink, making it difficult to discern the direction. Even with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he felt as though there was no light in this place. With a thought, the heavenly flame in his body instantly gushed out from the surface of his body. The towering flame illuminated the area within 100 feet of the cloud-splitting wolf's cave as though it was daytime. Within the cave, there were countless tunnels that extended in all directions. Due to the lack of sunlight for a long time, the interior of the cave was somewhat damp. Droplets of water dripped down from the ceiling of the cave. The dense space caused the movement of the water droplets to be somewhat sluggish. Xiao Yan's brows slightly furrowed. He was somewhat surprised by the strength of the restriction. The cloud-splitting wolf was truly extraordinary. If he were to fight with it in the cave, he would probably be defeated in less than 100 moves. There was no time to think too much. Once he entered this place, the time given to Xiao Yan would officially start counting down. Outside, Luo Jin would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Even if he had extraordinary methods, it would be useless under the absolute strength of the cloud-splitting wolf. With a flick of his finger, dozens of thumb-sized fireballs instantly shot out. Although the fireballs were small, the strength of the heavenly flame was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the clear water beside Xiao Yan turned into shattered rocks. That cluster of fire carried a wisp of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength as it flew into the interior of the mansion. Wherever it passed, the hard rock ground would be burned until it was completely red and cracked. Its aura was frightening. After the fireballs flew out, Xiao Yan did not relax. With a move of his body, he flew towards a tunnel without any fireballs. During the flight, Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to investigate the surrounding environment. At the same time, he smiled and said in his heart, "What's wrong? You've finally woken up after sleeping for so long." Xiao Yan's words were naturally directed at Hua Yi. After a few months, Hua Yi's injuries had finally completely recovered. Luo Jin's actions had also completely awakened him from his slumber. Xiao Yan also told Hua Yi about Luo Jin's matter while the two of them chatted. Hua Yi's heart felt a little more grateful for Luo Jin's earlier actions when he heard Xiao Yan's words. To Hua Yi, Xiao Yan was the person closest to him. It was Xiao Yan who had created him. Since Xiao Yan had a good impression of Luo Jin, he would naturally follow Xiao Yan's opinion. Xiao Yan ventured deeper into the cloud-splitting wolf's mansion while they chatted. The deeper Xiao Yan went, the more a chill rose within his heart. In merely a moment, only 2 of the dozens of fire clusters that had Xiao Yan's spiritual strength attached to them remained. The rest had long since disappeared from this mansion. In the outside world, the battle between Luo Jin and Yun Lang was like a raging fire. Of course, even though this was the case, Luo Jin was clearly at a disadvantage. Even with his strength of a 4-star bandit, he was only able to last for 4 hours when fighting with Yun Lang. However, Xiao Yan was still shuttling through Yun Lang's mansion to search. It was likely that he would need quite a lot of time. This caused Luo Jin to involuntarily feel a little worried. If this continued, he would have already died before Xiao Yan could come out. At that time, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty escaping this calamity. Luo Jin's mind was spinning rapidly. However, there was nothing he could do. Yun Lang's strength was truly not something they could contend against. "Hey, what's wrong? You can't hold on anymore? Where's your companion? Tell him to come out. If the 2 of you work together, you might be able to hold on for a while longer. If it's only you, I'm afraid this is the only way." Luo Jin's aura had yet to stabilize when Yun Lang, who was 1,000 feet away, emitted a mocking smile from the corner of his mouth. His tone was icy cold as he mocked. Luo Jin's somewhat pale face suddenly became cold when he heard this. He let out a heavy cold snort. He flipped his hand and a strange palm-sized astrolabe appeared in his hand. The astrolabe looked ordinary, but it was engraved with mysterious patterns. In the middle of the astrolabe there was a pattern that looked like the Big Dipper. A faint fluorescent light flickered, making the astrolabe even more mysterious. The dou qi in his body suddenly moved. Luo Jin's body flashed and he appeared beside Yun Lang. The dou qi in his body gathered on his palm. He let out a furious cry in his heart and threw the astrolabe in his hand violently toward Yun Lang. Yun Lang's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that Luo Jin was actually able to unleash such a quick speed under such circumstances. The two people who had come this time around possessed extraordinary skills. If he did not treat them well, it was likely that he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yun Lang thought in this manner in his heart. He ignored the astrolabe in Luo Jin's hand. By the time he reacted, Luo Jin had already appeared by his side. A strong and overbearing dou qi carried the astrolabe and violently smashed over. Although Yun Lang wanted to dodge, Luo Jin's attack had already arrived in front of him. He did not allow Yun Lang to do anything. His palm reflexively smashed toward the astrolabe in Luo Jin's hand. Although it was just a random attack, how could Yun Lang's strength be compared with Luo Jin's? When his palm was thrown out, the sky shook and the empty space shattered. The space where it passed turned into a vacuum. The sharp wind blew until the clothes on Luo Jin's body were tightly stuck to the surface of his body. The powerful strength caused his skin to feel a piercing pain. Luo Jin did not dare to be careless in his heart when he saw this attack. The dou qi in his body completely poured out. The might of the dou qi in his palm was extremely mighty and boundless. Bang! Suddenly, the area where the two of them stood turned into an endless empty space. The cold sunlight instantly disappeared and only an endless darkness remained in this area. The big battle between the two of them had already entered the empty space. This vast area was already unable to endure their wild and violent collision. The true collision had only just begun. Suddenly, an extremely domineering wave of dou qi swept out from the endless void. Luo Jin's thin body was sent flying by this wave of dou qi. Fresh blood was spat out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. A couple of the ribs in front of his chest were also broken by this wave of dou qi. The clothes on his body were completely torn and the aura of his entire body had also become extremely weak. The full-strength explosion of an 8-star ban emperor was indeed not something that he could forcefully receive. Roar! A miserable wolf howl that resounded over the sky suddenly spread from the middle of the air wave. Luo Jin, whose aura was weak, was shaken by this sound until he instantly recovered. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. The serious injuries within his body caused him to feel unbearable pain. However, after forcefully suppressing the waves of intense pain that were emitted from his body, a relaxed smile was lifted on Luo Jin's paper-like face. The wolf howl that reached the sky was accompanied by a monstrous fury as it reverberated over the sky. Even the solid ground shook because of this sound. Xiao Yan stopped moving within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. He frowned as he looked at the ceiling. The cloud-splitting wolf's cave had actually swayed a little earlier. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily worry about Luo Jin's current situation. Old Gu, can you please take a look at Luo Jin's current situation? After all, his strength was limited. He could only ask Gu Yu for help in investigating. Gu Yu smiled upon hearing this. His tone carried an unknown meaning as he teased Xiao Yan. Little fellow Xiao Yan, do you really wish for me to help you investigate the situation of that little fellow outside? Huh? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. His eyes continued to rotate. He felt a little uncertain about the meaning behind Gu Yu's words. Xiao Yan could only resolve the problem at hand after a long while of fruitless effort. A thought passed through his mind, and Gu Yu obtained Xiao Yan's answer. Haha, not bad. That little fellow's things are not bad. Although it is a little unrealistic for him to shake this cloud-splitting wolf, this is sufficient. Xiao Yan was about to continue asking after hearing this when Gu Yu changed the topic. He spoke to Xiao Yan. I advise you to hurry up. That little fellow's situation is still all right. However, if you continue to delay like this, the outcome may not be certain. Xiao Yan's expression changed, but he did not continue asking. His body moved, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. He He swiftly headed into the cave. Luo Jin glanced at the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. He frowned slightly. It seemed that those two things were not easy to find. Roar! You little rascals are too bold. Don't think that you can suppress me here with this great star plate. Once I break this great star plate formation, the first person I will kill will be you. Suddenly, Yun Lang's hoarse roar, which was filled with an endless brutal murderous intent, was transmitted into Luo Jin's ears. This caused the expression of Luo Jin, who had just calmed down, to change once again. The Great Star Plate contained the Great Star 7-star formation. It was specially used to suppress the strength of one's opponent. Its strength could not be underestimated. However, the one in Luo Jin's hand was only a replica that could be used on the continent. It was clearly impossible for it to completely suppress the cloud-splitting wolf. Luo Jin exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He stood up from the ground. His body flashed and appeared outside of the Great Star Plate formation. His face revealed a determined expression. Within the Great Formation, Yun Lang involuntarily let out a cold snort when he saw Luo Jin's unfathomable appearance. He did not believe that Luo Jin, who was on the verge of serious injuries, would have any means to deal with him. However, in the next moment Luo Jin slammed his palm on his chest. He opened his mouth and a blood arrow shot out. Luo Jin caught it with his palm. He pointed his finger and the blood in his palm slid down from his fingertip. After a few movements, a palm-sized blood seal appeared in the space in front of Luo Jin. After doing this, Luo Jin placed his palms together. His fingers continuously moved. One after another, mysterious seals were formed and merged with the blood seal. After thinking through 300 seals, Luo Jin had already formed over 300 seals. When the last seal was formed, Luo Jin flipped his palm and his palm merged with the seal. Suddenly, the world shook. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Within a radius of 100 feet, wild winds rose and the birds and beasts scattered. Luo Jin's tattered robes fluttered without wind. His aura was as strong as before. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Luo Jin's strength was equivalent to a 5-star half-emperor. However, this was not the end. Standing in front of the cloud wave, the seals in Luo Jin's hands changed once again. This time around, the seals were extremely powerful. Every time he formed a seal, it caused circular ripples to spread out in the air. One look and one could tell that Luo Jin's next move would be extraordinary. Chapter 74. I hope that you can forgive me for being a little slow in writing. Additionally, I would like to ask for your comments. Please vote. Time does not ask for anything other than a vote. Thank you very much. Xiao Yan's body stood at the end of the cave within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. The solid rock wall in front of him caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely doubtful. There was no other path to take after reaching this place. The two clusters of flames were still moving deeper into the cave. Could it be that this was a dead end? Xiao Yan sensed the movement of the two clusters of heavenly flames. After which, he looked at his current situation and felt a little depressed in his heart. Xiao Yan's eyes viciously stared at the rock wall in front of him. The expression in his eyes changed slightly as he asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, can you investigate what is behind this rock wall? Guyu let out an evil laugh, but he did not speak. Xiao Yan lifted his brows. He did not understand this reaction. However, Xiao Yan was an extremely intelligent person. He reacted an instant later. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He was a little speechless at Guyu's words. Guyu laughed in response. He randomly teased a little before returning to silence. This caused Xiao Yan to feel helpless. Xiao Yan bent his legs and sat on the ground. The surging spiritual strength in his mind swiftly spread and covered the entire Qinggang mountain. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength might be powerful, but Xiao Yan was unable to detect any traces of the meteoric flame mysterious iron despite being covered in such a comprehensive manner. This was contrary to Xiao Yan's wishes. Helpless, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength swiftly locked onto the two clusters of flames that were still moving. Xiao Yan quickly absorbed them into his eyes. His powerful spiritual strength was split into two. The surroundings of the two clusters of flames were reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Everything was the same. He could not see the end of the dark black and endless cave. He could only continue forward in order to investigate. At the same time, in the outside world, the originally abundant dou qi in his body swiftly withdrew like floodwater following the rapid change of the seals in Luo Jin's hands. His aura, which had just stabilized, gradually weakened at this moment. Threads of natural energy that were visible to the naked eye swiftly approached Luo Jin. When they were within an inch of Luo Jin's palm, they disappeared in a flash and turned into nourishment for the dou skill in his hand. Luo Jin's dou skill was clearly not ordinary. Even with his current strength that was comparable to a 5-star half-martial emperor, the supply of dou qi within his body was actually somewhat weak. At this moment, Luo Jin's teeth were tightly clenched. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his face was flushed red. His body was trying its best to squeeze out the little hidden dou qi in each of his cells. Following the continuous squeezing of the dou qi in his body, Luo Jin could clearly feel that the muscles all over his body were emitting a kind of soreness that was difficult to endure at this moment. Waves of exhaustion and powerlessness also involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. Even though this was the case, Luo Jin still forcefully endured the soreness in his body. He forcefully controlled his fingers, which were already not very nimble, and carried out the final finishing step. At this moment, Luo Jin could be said to have really reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil and was at the end of his rope. However, for the sake of Xiao Yan, the thread of obsession in Luo Jin's heart allowed him to persevere in such a manner. He continued to break through his limits and reach a level that he had never reached before. To be able to allow himself to enter a truly weak state, squeeze out all the functions of his body and break through his limits at the same time, such a person could be called an ambitious and ruthless person. If Luo Jin and Xiao Yan were able to leave this place alive after this battle, Luo Jin's future achievements would definitely not be bad. To be able to break through his limits and endure the difficulties of life and death, how could such a person be mediocre? Roar! Within the large formation, the expression on Yun Lang's face immediately became intense the moment he saw the seal in Luo Jin's hand. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the dou technique that Luo Jin was about to use at this moment was definitely a man-class dou technique. Moreover, seeing Luo Jin's strenuous manner, it was likely that this dou technique was not weak even when placed among the man-class dou techniques. Yun Lang, who had transformed into a human, once again returned to his original form. The restrained dou qi within his body suddenly erupted and collided with the restriction within his body in an attempt to break out of the formation. However, how could this Tai 1 7-star formation be so easy to break? Although it was not the real thing, it was likely that even with Yun Lang's strength, he would have difficulty breaking it if he did not exhaust 30 to 40% of his strength. When the dou qi within Yun Lang's body surged and erupted, a wave of bright light suddenly erupted from the star plate that was suspended in midair. Numerous celestial thread-like cream-white energy lines shot out from the middle of the star plate and wrapped around Yun Lang within them. The celestial threads directly passed through Yun Lang's body and passed through his qi paths wherever they passed. The dou qi within his body would be absorbed by the celestial threads and turned into a part of his strength. The celestial threads broke through all difficulties and reached Yun Lang's vortex. Within a couple of breaths, Yun Lang's dou qi was completely sealed. However, Yun Lang's strength was not weak. Even with the star plate suppressing him with all its might, he was still unwilling to give up. Without his dou qi, his strong body was still his strongest weapon. Bang! Yun Lang's sharp claws continuously slashed at the immortal threads. The threads, which were as thin as hair, were all reduced to shreds by Yun Lang's claws. However, just as hope rose in Yun Lang's heart, they rapidly recovered. Yun Lang's bombardment was like a huge fist striking cotton, and there was no return. At this moment, the seal in Luo Jin's hand finally came to a perfect end. His pale face did not have the slightest trace of blood. There was a layer of crystallized dou qi covering his entire hand. The crystal hand contained 7 colors and looked extremely beautiful. Its crystal clear bright luster was naturally the favorite of a girl. However, under this crystal clear luster, spatial cracks that were visible to the naked eye began to appear around the crystal palm. Even the space dozens of feet around Luo Jin's body could be clearly seen, ripples appearing like water ripples. Luo Jin's right palm was aimed at Yun Lang from a distance. The powerful strength caused the already shaky space around his palm to instantly collapse. The powerful aura shot toward the sky. Luo Jin's dim eyes stared at Yun Lang with great difficulty. His right palm was slowly pushed forward as a sentence was spat out from between his colorless lips and teeth. Silent destruction palm. Luo Jin spat out these 3 words in a soft manner. Suddenly, the sky shook and the wind rose. The crystal hand that was as beautiful as a work of art fell from Luo Jin's palm and flew toward Yun Lang. When this palm flew out from Luo Jin's palm, all the medium between the sky and the earth seemed to have been instantly absorbed by it. Although the wind and clouds swept over the sky, not the slightest sound of wind or thunder could be heard. Even Luo Jin's weak breathing felt as though it had disappeared. The sparkling and translucent crystal palm slowly streaked across the void, leaving behind a long rainbow trail. This scene was rather gorgeous in the sky. However, under this gorgeous appearance, who would dare to belittle this sparkling and translucent jade palm? Silence. A silence that was filled with death. Everything was instantly solidified. Even the sky, which looked down on all living things, had finally withdrawn its high and mighty attitude in front of this crystal-clear hand. All that remained was respect. What was called shaking the sky and the earth? What was called exterminating all living things? The scene in front of them could be interpreted by these 2 principles. At this moment, Yun Lang, who was within the large formation, had finally calmed down. It was not that he was intimidated by the might of this silent destruction palm. However, what stood in front of him was after all a true man-class Do technique. Even with his strength, he could not be the slightest bit careless when dealing with it. He tried his best to turn his body to one side. Without any Do Chi, his cloud-splitting wolf's frightening physical body was still able to block this frightening attack. Bang! A roar that shook the sky was once again emitted from the endless empty space. Mixed within it was the miserable howl of the cloud-splitting wolf, which sounded extremely sharp. Large amounts of fresh blood came from between the countless number of immortal threads. Wave after wave of incomparably powerful air waves swept out from the center of the explosion. Luo Jin's originally shaky body was sent flying by this attack. He was like a kite with a broken string as he fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The painful howl of the cloud-splitting wolf that resounded throughout the sky finally gradually disappeared. It was trapped in the same spot as it slowly recovered. A cluster of palm-sized human-shaped flame was swiftly shuttling through the spacious cave within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. The dark cave seemed to have no end. Even with Xiao Yan's speed, he still did not gain anything after shuttling for nearly 2 hours. While Xiao Yan was feeling impatient in his heart, a dark black stone wall once again appeared at the edge of his sight. Xiao Yan's frown, which had yet to relax, immediately deepened when he saw this. An impatient expression flashed across his eyes. His heart was about to step back and investigate the other cluster of heavenly flames. What is it? Without the old me leading the way, do you not even believe in your own eyesight? Suddenly, Gu Yu's mocking voice once again rose within Xiao Yan's heart. This caused Xiao Yan to pause as he was about to withdraw his spiritual strength. A glint flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. The expression in his eyes changed as he looked at the deepest part of the cave. The body formed by the heavenly flame gradually approached the deepest part of the cave. In a short moment it had arrived in front of the cave. The stone wall was completely made of mountain rocks. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be one with the mountain. How could it hide anything else? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. However, he did not doubt Gu Yu's words. Since the latter dared to say such a thing, there was definitely a reason behind it. Lin Dong did not hesitate. Luo Jin in the outside world was already at his limit. He could not hesitate any longer. Regardless of the result, he needed to see what was behind the stone wall. The strength of a heavenly flame was naturally unparalleled. Regardless of how hard the stone wall was, it would instantly melt like ice meeting fire in front of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan, who was formed from a heavenly flame, wildly threw a pair of large fire fists forward. Although it was not his actual body, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. The natural strength could not shake it. This seemingly ordinary punch caused the entire Qinggang mountain to tremble. The mountain, which had been blasted by Yunlang and Luo Jin one after another, was bombarded by Xiao Yan's punches one after another. The mountain rocks, which were already filled with countless number of cracks, instantly crumbled like ripe wild fruits on a tree. They followed the mountain and rolled to the ground. Following Xiao Yan's swift attacks, the thick rock wall was forcefully broken open by Xiao Yan. However, there was a solid light curtain at the end of the rock wall that blocked Xiao Yan's path. There was no need to think too much about it. Xiao Yan was able to understand the reason behind this. No wonder he was unable to find it no matter how hard he tried. Yun Lang's technique was indeed the technique that Xiao Yan had seen the most in his life. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that he would have to put in a lot of effort in order to completely break this thin light curtain. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Yan to make any more preparations. He needed to go all out if he wanted to leave this place alive. Both of Xiao Yan's golden bright flame eyes suddenly brightened. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. The strength of the heavenly flame all over his body gathered on his right fist. A powerful and overbearing heavenly flame aura swiftly spread. Everything in the surroundings instantly became scalding hot. After the dark rock wall emitted a crisp sound, it shattered into pieces and shot out. The atmosphere in the entire cave suddenly rose to the peak in an instant. Octane blast, explode, bang! Following the explosive cry in Xiao Yan's heart, the large flame fist suddenly collided with the light curtain in front of him. Circular ripples swiftly spread out like water waves. The powerful force caused the entire Qinggang mountain to shake 3 times. Crack! A clear sound appeared. Xiao Yan's large flame fist was in a stalemate with the light curtain for a long time before the light curtain was finally shattered by Xiao Yan's attack. The item within was exposed to the air. Xiao Yan suddenly looked over. What entered his eyes was a piece of black mysterious metal that was at least 30 feet long. This mysterious metal was undoubtedly the flaming meteorite mysterious metal. The cloud-splitting wolf, who was resting with its eyes shut in the endless empty space in the outside world, suddenly opened them when the light curtain that was protecting this place shattered. A fury that wanted to kill the heavens shot out from deep within its eyes, causing the space in front of it to become distorted. Chapter 75. Something happened yesterday, so I was unable to update. I will make it up today. I hope that I will be able to gain everyone's favor. Perhaps some of you are wondering why there is no Xiao Yan's posturing convention. Previously, I did not know how to write because I did not have enough ability. If I have time in the future, I will rewrite the previous chapters. Of course, the content will not change, but the plot will be better. I hope that it will satisfy everyone's eyes. Finally, I will naturally ask for your recommendation votes. Give me some comments or something. This is my greatest wish. Perhaps no one will read these words, but this is really my only wish. Please, everyone. Flaming meteorite mysterious metal. Xiao Yan immediately felt an excitement in his heart when he saw the thick, dark black mysterious metal in front of him. At this moment, the huge rock that had been hanging high in Xiao Yan's heart finally fell. Once he found the flaming meteorite mysterious metal, the heavy Shen ruler would be able to be repaired. Moreover, the only thing he missed in the other world would also be preserved. How could this not cause Xiao Yan to be excited? The heavy Shen ruler carried too many beautiful memories of Xiao Yan. This was something that Xiao Yan would never forget in his life. During the days when he carried the heavy Shen ruler and trained in the Jiama Empire, he and Yao Lao had charged into the empire's borders alone. They had passed through the magical Beast Mountain range, trained in the Tager Desert, and fought in the misty cloud mountain Pan's Gate of the Jianand Academy Rose. One ruler broke through 10,000 kilometers. Flames swallowed the world. A mysterious tablet was erected in front of the blazing sky tower. One ruler and one person, charging into the central plains alone. the Wind Lightning Pavilion, and the Hall of Souls. These were the days that Xiao Yan had spent with the heavy Shen ruler when he was growing up. How could he forget them? Among them, the badge that Sun Er had drawn for Pan's Gate, the huge ruler and green lotus on it, appeared to be a scene from yesterday in Xiao Yan's eyes even until now. Forget? How could Xiao Yan forget? On what basis should he forget? The heavy Shen ruler was personally given to him by Yao Lao. The ruler technique was also personally taught by Yao Lao. As for the D-class Do technique, 6-joint body-flowing ruler, it was second brother Xiao Li who took the risk of offending a Tier 6 alchemist to forcefully buy it for him. Although the ending was acceptable, how could the deep brotherly affection within it be so easily forgotten? In Xiao Yan's heart, the dark heavy buster sword was no longer a weapon. It was his spiritual sustenance. If there was a chance in the future, Xiao Yan would definitely let everyone in the Yuanwu continent witness the glory of the dark heavy buster sword. These words were not a joke. Xiao Yan swore in the name of the Flame Emperor that he would never regret it. Xiao Yan was startled as he stared at the flaming meteorite mysterious metal in front of him. The body that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame suddenly exploded. The powerful heavenly flame, in addition to Xiao Yan's frightening D-state soul, caused the space to endure for a couple of breaths before it finally shattered and revealed a mysterious space. A powerful soul power condensed into a huge palm in the air and threw the meteorite mysterious iron into it. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that even with his frightening strength, he still felt a sense of heaviness when he used his spiritual strength to lift the meteorite mysterious iron. Xiao Yan did not have much time to bother about it. His spiritual strength swiftly returned to his body. His body flashed and he was already standing in front of the rock wall. His right fist was tightly clenched and the Do Qi within his body swiftly agglomerated. A glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as a punch was thrown forward. Octane blast! Break it! A stern cry sounded and a frightening wind forcefully tore through space. The rock wall dozens of feet around him instantly collapsed. An enormous rock fell from above Xiao Yan's head. It had yet to reach within 10 feet of Xiao Yan when it suddenly exploded and turned into dust that scattered in all directions. Bang! If nothing unexpected happened, the rock wall in front of Xiao Yan was instantly shattered into a pile of dust. When it collided with the Do Qi light curtain, circular water-like ripples spread apart. However, it was not affected in the slightest. Xiao Yan emitted a cold snort in his heart. His body moved and a punch was quickly thrown out before the ripples disappeared. It violently smashed into the Do Qi light curtain. Bang! That Do Qi light curtain was extremely firm when the attack was thrown out. Circular ripples continued to spread from the point where Xiao Yan's fist and the light curtain made contact. However, nothing happened. The endurance of this light curtain caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised. However, the more this was the case, the more certain Xiao Yan was that the heavenly imperial jade essence was behind this light curtain. After all, the heavenly imperial jade essence was much more attractive to the cloud-splitting wolf compared to the flaming meteorite mysterious iron. Strength was the true Tao master of this world. Xiao Yan's actions became even sharper as he gained confidence in his heart. Fist met fist and a series of Do skills were swiftly thrown out. The ripples on the light curtain did not cease. Under Xiao Yan's all-out attack, before one wave of energy ripples could scatter, another wave had already overlapped. Under the layers of suppression, the light curtain under Xiao Yan's fist finally became increasingly transparent. The things within it were also vaguely reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. While Xiao Yan was using all his strength to attack the Do Qi light curtain, the battle situation in the outside world, which had just stabilized, finally underwent a change once again. Roar! Little rascal, you actually dare to attempt to snatch the treasure of my cave. You are really seeking death. Suddenly, a shocking thunderous explosion spread in all directions within the endless empty space. It shook the entire Lian Yun mountain range until it trembled. The countless number of magical beasts that had already died exploded under this thunderous roar at this moment. They turned into a bloody fog that scattered in all directions, causing the entire Lian Yun mountain range to appear like an azure purgatory that was incomparably bloody. The star plate above the cloud-splitting wolf's head also exploded with a bang under this attack. The celestial silk that restrained the cloud-splitting wolf also instantly turned into specks of starlight that scattered between the sky and the earth. Luo Jin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and recovering, suddenly opened his eyes. His heart involuntarily tightened when he saw the cloud-splitting wolf escape from the restraints of the star plate. Had Xiao Yan's location been exposed in the end? However, Luo Jin did not think much of it. After all, Xiao Yan had already entered the cave for such a long time. If the cloud-splitting wolf had not discovered him, it could only mean that the cloud-splitting wolf was too stupid. Standing up, Luo Jin flipped his palm and a pill the size of a longan appeared in his hand. His heart ached as he glanced at the pill in his hand. The corners of Luo Jin's mouth involuntarily twitched. Evidently, this pill was not ordinary. Otherwise, Luo Jin would not have felt such heartache. Heartache was one thing, but in the current situation he had to survive. If he died, what was the use of this pill? Luo Jin placed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into an extremely gentle energy that instantly spread throughout his entire body. The few broken ribs in his chest rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The injuries in his body also gradually recovered under the medicinal effects of the pill. Although the effect of the pill was very fast, Luo Jin did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort during this process. This pill was indeed extraordinary. Roar! The cloud-splitting wolf's mouth suddenly emitted a fierce roar as he sensed the repeatedly recovering aura within Luo Jin's body. His body moved and charged toward Luo Jin. He also knew that if he was unable to finish off Luo Jin, it was likely that he would be unable to stop Xiao Yan's intentions. Ha! Octane blast! Break for me! Within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave, in front of the dim Do Chi light screen, a wild roar suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The Do Chi within his body crazily surged into his fist. With an explosion, the solid light screen was finally forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan. Behind the light screen was another spacious cave. However, the difference between this cave and the previous one was that there was a thick and solid demonic flower standing in the middle of the cave. The demonic flower was sparkling and translucent, emerald green like jade. An enormous flower emitting a rich fragrance stood at the top. Its thick and solid roots were deeply embedded into the ground. Waves of pure natural energy slowly flowed up from its roots and disappeared into the demonic flower in a flash. Haha, good brat. Looks like your luck is quite good. With this thing, it is likely that you will definitely break through to a 3-star ban emperor. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you will be able to stabilize your cultivation at the intermediate 3-star ban emperor level after absorbing its strength. How about it? This temptation should be sufficient for you, right? Suddenly, Gu Yu's unpredictable teasing words were once again emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. This caused the latter's expression to involuntarily change. 3-star ban emperor. This temptation could not be described as small. It should be known that once one's strength reached the ban emperor level, it would be extremely difficult to break through. Given Xiao Yan's current situation, it was likely that he would need at least 1 or 2 years to break through to a 3-star ban emperor without the help of an external object. At this moment, a demonic flower had solved 1 or 2 years of training for Xiao Yan. How could this not cause him to feel excited in his heart? Xiao Yan's body moved and stepped forward. A fire light flashed in his hand and a dagger formed from a heavenly flame appeared. Xiao Yan waved his hand and slashed with the dagger. Go ahead, go ahead. The old me wants to see just how you will destroy this heavenly imperial demonic flower. Before the dagger could land, Gu Yu's voice, which was filled with an inexplicable meaning, was once again transmitted. This caused Xiao Yan's hand to pause. Gu Yu's tone changed upon seeing this. He had an unfathomable appearance as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The heavenly imperial demonic flower was originally a type of heavenly imperial flower. However, due to it growing on the heavenly imperial jade essence, it took root in the heavenly imperial jade essence and devoured the natural spiritual energy within the heavenly imperial jade essence for a long period of time. This resulted in it mutating into this form. If one wished to pluck it, one would need to use brute force to forcefully pull out the heavenly imperial demonic flower and the heavenly imperial jade essence from the soil, after which one would need to cut off its roots. Only by doing so would one be able to perfectly refine it. Xiao Yan did not dare to slight this matter upon hearing this. His body flashed and arrived in front of the demonic flower. An explosive cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. His body immediately changed and the King Kong glass body was once again unleashed. The originally thick demonic flower appeared just like a small tree in front of this strong body. Could be shaken with just a little force. Both of Lin Dong's hands firmly grabbed the demonic flower. A huge force suddenly spread through every inch of the cave. Ha! A loud rumbling sound reverberated within the cave. The invisible wild and violent force caused the walls of the cave to crack apart. Many large spiderweb-like cracks formed on the ground around the demonic flower due to Xiao Yan's huge force. The roots of the demonic flower that were buried deep underground were vaguely visible. Bang! With a bang, Luo Jin's body flew out uncontrollably. Soon after, he viciously smashed into a towering mountain. This towering mountain also exploded with a loud bang from Luo Jin's collision. Huge rocks shot towards the horizon, before disappearing without a trace. One could imagine just how powerful the attack that Luo Jin had received was. Cough, cough. Luo Jin violently coughed for a while as he climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty. Large mouthfuls of blood were spat out as if they were free. Faintly, one could see some blood-stained dregs. Clearly, those were Luo Jin's shattered internal organs. Luo Jin strenuously raised his eyes to look at Yun Lang in the sky. A sense of powerlessness rose within his heart. An 8-star half-emperor was indeed worthy of his reputation. With his strength of a 4-star half-emperor, the gap was still too great, although he felt helpless in his heart. When Luo Jin thought of Xiao Yan still in Yun Lang's cave, a heroic feeling involuntarily rose within his body. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Jin's body trembled slightly as he stood up. Unknowingly, Luo Jin had once again broken through his limits. Willpower was indeed something even more frightening than strength. At this moment, Luo Jin's body seemed to be filled with strength. His palms were placed together and the dou qi that had been drained from his body was completely released. Rays of dim light shot out from his palms and a surging will swiftly spread. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the heavenly imperial demonic flower was pulled out as expected under his frightening strength. There was indeed a palm-sized emerald green rock at its roots. It was being entangled by a countless number of roots. Wave after wave of extremely pure natural energy was sent into the demonic flower's trunk through the roots. Casually picking the heavenly imperial jade essence, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily surged. However, it was immediately forcefully suppressed by Xiao Yan. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by such a treasure. However, Xiao Yan was after all the Flame Emperor. At the very least, he still possessed this little bit of self-control. Xiao Yan would naturally not interfere with something that he had promised others. This was perhaps the reason why Xiao Yan was able to prepare helpers. Haha, not bad, not bad. Looking at the quality of this heavenly imperial jade essence, it seems that it has existed for quite a long time. It might not be 3,000 years old, but it should be around 2,700 years old. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed upon hearing this. As long as Luo Jin could find an opportunity to refine this heavenly imperial jade essence, it would mean that he would be able to raise his strength by 5 stars. With such a treasure, it was no wonder that the external defenses were so strong. You should not think so much. 5-star strength, humph, is it possible? Guyu continued before Xiao Yan's expression could change. The reason this heavenly imperial demonic flower has been able to grow until now is all because of this heavenly imperial jade essence. Over half of the natural strength within it has already dissipated. Even if that brat refines it, his strength will at the very most reach the quasi-8-star Ban Emperor level. It will likely be difficult for him to advance even an inch further. Unless, Guyu did not say anything else after speaking until this point. He randomly dismissed Xiao Yan with a couple of sentences and ceased speaking. Xiao Yan's eyes landed on the heavenly imperial demonic flower. Chapter 76. Hey! Luo Jin and Yun Lang stood in the air. Luo Jin violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He used his torn sleeve to wipe his mouth, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Yun Lang opposite him. He panted heavily as he raised his right hand towards Yun Lang and made a disdainful gesture. This disdainful gesture naturally angered Yun Lang. Ever since he had become an emperor, no one in the Lianyun mountain range dared to use such an attitude towards him. Today, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin could be said to have been repeatedly slapped in the face. How could he not be angry? Yun Lang let out a long roar towards the sky. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Jin. His right fist was tightly clenched as he threw a punch towards Luo Jin's face. Luo Jin's expression involuntarily changed in the face of this sudden attack. His heart instantly tightened and even his heart stopped for an instant. However, Luo Jin was not an ordinary cultivator. Although he could not defeat Yun Lang, he still had time to put up some defenses. The little dou qi in his body surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a thick circular shield in front of him, blocking Yun Lang's attack. However, it was clear that Luo Jin had still underestimated Yun Lang's strength. Although Yun Lang's strength had decreased by 50% after several intense battles, how could an 8-star half-martial emperor be so easy to deal with? Even though Yun Lang only possessed 50% of his strength, it was still not something that Luo Jin could withstand. The corner of Yun Lang's mouth involuntarily revealed a mocking smile when he saw the thin dou qi that surged out of Luo Jin's body. His body shook and the dou qi under his fist swiftly agglomerated into a substance, wrapping around his entire fist. Its might could be said to be world-shocking. Tore through the air in an instant. The powerful wind caused the air to emit waves of ear-piercing sonic booms. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, the air would tremble and the air would shatter. The entire world trembled because of this punch. Bang! There was no powerful dou technique. There was only a simple punch. However, when it came into contact with the dou qi shield, the nearly substance-like dou qi shield was blasted apart in a destructive manner. Luo Jin's final defense was ultimately of no use. After his defense was broken, Yun Lang's mighty punch did not slow down in the slightest as it charged towards Luo Jin's face. If this punch landed, Luo Jin would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Luo Jin's heart had calmed down. Although he had only been in contact with Xiao Yan for a short period of time, he could tell that there were many reasons behind Xiao Yan's desire to repair the heavy Shen ruler. It was also because of this that he had bitterly endured until now for Xiao Yan. He valued friendship, had extraordinary talent, and was possessed by the divine fire. Such a person would have a place in the Yuanwu continent sooner or later. Ah, brother Yan Xiao, goodbye. With a miserable smile, Luo Jin closed his eyes and waited for Yun Lang's punch to arrive. Swoosh! A thunder-like sonic boom suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately, the dark clouds changed color and thunder clouds rolled. A wild and violent storm instantly engulfed the area. Yun Lang's punch, which was originally just inches away from Luo Jin's face, missed due to this thunder-like sound, causing the space in front of him to shatter with a bang. Ah! This aura belongs to that human from earlier. Yun Lang involuntarily frowned when his punch missed. Under the investigation of his powerful spiritual strength, the person who had arrived was Xiao Yan, who had sneaked into his cave. Xiao Yan supported Luo Jin with one hand and conveniently placed a medicinal pill into his mouth, after which he found a green rock and allowed Luo Jin to lean against it. Under the swift recovery of the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill, Luo Jin slowly woke up. He glanced at Xiao Yan and the expression on his face suddenly turned to joy. Although he was still very weak, he knew that the current situation was urgent and did not have the time to say anything. All he could do was use a somewhat hoarse voice to softly say, "Brother Yan Xiao, it's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly. You won't be able to defeat that cloud-splitting wolf alone." Xiao Yan could not help but be startled when he heard this. It turned out that this fellow thought that he had come out to save him before he found the item. However, even though he thought this way, his heart was more moved by Luo Jin's words. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and told Luo Jin to relax and wait for him at his original spot. With a flash, Xiao Yan had already arrived 1,000 feet in front of Yun Lang. Humph! You human are really courting death. You actually dared to steal my treasure. See if I don't tear you to pieces today. Die for me. Xiao Yan laughed when he heard this. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered with a mocking expression. Your item, heh? It was born from the heavens and the earth. How did it become your item? Moreover, natural treasures belong to the capable. Since you don't use it, don't blame me. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the anger in Yun Lang's heart grew. He could not help but laugh out of extreme anger. Good, good. What a good belonged to the capable. What a sharp-tongued human. In that case, I want to see just how great your ability is that you are worthy of this heavenly demonic flower. Yun Lang's hand rotated before his voice sounded. The Do Qi in his body instantly surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. It was repeatedly compressed. The turbulent Do Qi around Yun Lang's body was like a wave that swept apart with Yun Lang in the middle. This part of the world was also covered by this wave. Yun Lang raised his right hand. Pure Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In merely a moment, a green jade-colored bead that was agglomerated from Do Qi appeared in Yun Lang's palm. Soon after, Yun Lang's palm violently slammed downwards. For C's wave, the spreading Do Qi wave suddenly stilled as the palm struck down. It was as though time had forcefully stopped it. Soon after, however, a bright glow spread out from Yun Lang's palm in a lightning-like manner. Bang! The world was annihilated wherever the light passed. The hot sun did not have any light and the empty space instantly collapsed. Even though this was the case, it was merely the remnant force of this Do skill erupting. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this. The strength of this Do skill was actually this strong. Not daring to underestimate it, Xiao Yan swiftly raised the Do Qi within his body. He suddenly clenched his right hand and all the Do Qi gathered in his palm. His eyeballs rotated and a glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. The strength of the heavenly flame in his body suddenly erupted. Hua Yi, who was seated cross-legged within Xiao Yan's vortex, suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. Immediately, a bang sounded and it merged with Xiao Yan. Ha! With an explosive cry, Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand slowly relaxed. A thumb-sized dark black round dot appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. In an instant, Xiao Yan had already forcefully broken through Yun Lang's Do skill and arrived in front of Yun Lang. Yun Lang merely let out a cold laugh when he saw this. His left hand swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a wolf howl was emitted from his mouth. It was the Dong Mountain Howl. Roar! The Dong Mountain Howl, which had an extraordinary strength, naturally subdued Xiao Yan with one blow. In his unconscious state, the current Xiao Yan was already equivalent to a fish on a chopping board, allowing Yun Lang to kill him as he pleased. Humph! With a sneer, Yun Lang's hand had already transformed into a huge wolf claw that violently grabbed toward Xiao Yan's head. With this claw, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Bang! Just as Yun Lang's wolf claw was about to strike Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan's right palm struck his chest first. Before the palm was completed, Xiao Yan's fist once again violently smashed into the already stunned Yun Lang's chest, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Looking at Xiao Yan again, the current Xiao Yan had a pink demonic lotus deep within his pupils. There was a creamy white flame dancing repeatedly on top of the lotus, appearing extremely mysterious. The lotus disappeared and Xiao Yan's empty expression once again recovered its clarity. He gently shook his still giddy head and lowered his head to look at the scars left behind by the 4 Cs. Xiao Yan involuntarily shivered. Even if he used the strength of the heavenly flame to defend himself with all his might, he was still unable to block it. Under the Dong Mountain Howl, Xiao Yan was naturally subdued until he lost his consciousness. However, Xiao Yan's loss of consciousness did not mean that Hua Yi was also subdued. With Hua Yi controlling his body, the great heaven creation palm in his palm naturally struck Yun Lang's body. Roar! Rascal, you actually broke through to the 3-star half-martial emperor realm with the help of the heavenly imperial demonic flower. However, even so, you won't be able to escape death today. Also, that guy in your body, come out. Without giving Xiao Yan the slightest chance to react, Yun Lang suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan from the horizon. His figure shook and transformed into his original form. His huge wolf claws viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's complexion suddenly changed. His figure dodged the attack. Before Xiao Yan could react, the cloud-splitting wolf's attack came again. Xiao Yan's footsteps constantly changed as he repeatedly used the sky extinction steps. In the distant horizon, a huge demonic beast could be seen pouncing everywhere. Waves of sonic booms reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Occasionally, a ferocious power would explode a mountain. This repeated again and again. The two of them had fought for over 700 exchanges. Xiao Yan's lightning-like frightening speed after his breakthrough caused Yun Lang, an 8-star bandit, to feel an extreme headache. The two of them exchanged blows and were actually unable to determine a victor. Vaguely, there seemed to be something brewing within Xiao Yan's sleeves. It was only waiting for Xiao Yan to completely unleash it with a single thought. The heavenly flame within his body separated and transformed in his palm. Finally, it transformed into the appearance of the heavy Shen ruler. As the huge fire ruler was swung, it carried a fiery aura that scorched the horizon. When the cloud-splitting wolf's claw attacked, Xiao Yan also met it with a ruler. The attacks of the two were large and powerful. Although Xiao Yan's strength was inferior to the cloud-splitting wolf, he was still able to forcefully suppress it with the heavenly flame. Hence, it was difficult to tell who would emerge victorious. This was a battle of attrition where Do Qi was used. Endurance would be the main factor in the battle until the end. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed in the midst of the battle. The stable battle situation was suddenly broken by this action of Xiao Yan's. Flaming, devouring tsunami. An explosive cry sounded as the huge fire ruler in his hand slashed horizontally in front of him. A beautiful flame wave suddenly shot out from the end of the ruler and smashed toward the cloud-splitting wolf. The cloud-splitting wolf's expression did not change when it saw this. Its pair of extremely sharp wolf claws slashed through the air. A forked Do Qi swiftly shot out and collided with the flaming, devouring tsunami, resisting it equally. Bang! An explosion sounded. A wild and ferocious hot flame wave suddenly spread apart, engulfing both Xiao Yan and the cloud-splitting wolf. From this, one could imagine just how great the strength of this explosion was. Just as the flame wave swept across the sky, the air wave in front of Xiao Yan instantly split into two at the spot where he stood. A dark black mysterious light pillar suddenly shot out and smashed toward the enormous body of the cloud-splitting wolf. The dark black light pillar appeared ordinary. However, the space quietly collapsed wherever it passed. Even the endless empty space was swallowed by it. This seemingly random attack would instantly overturn the entire battle situation. This scene caused even Luo Jin, who was resting on the green rock, to involuntarily shift his gaze over. Immediately, the pale expression on his face instantly turned into surprise. The cloud-splitting wolf, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan, was naturally the same. Luo Jin rolled his throat with great difficulty. His dry lips curled slightly as he cried out in surprise in his heart. Just what kind of Do technique is this? It can actually swallow empty space. Chapter 77. The dark black energy pillar randomly pierced through the empty space. In merely an instant, it had already arrived in front of Yun Lang's enormous body. Yun Lang naturally did not dare to underestimate this attack. A man-class Do technique was no joke. Even with his strength of an 8-star bandit, he had no choice but to use all his strength to face a man-class Do technique. Yun Lang's enormous body turned and once again turned into his human form. Only in this state would he be able to make the quickest response. Yun Lang knew that he could not dodge this attack and could only accept it. Yun Lang's eyelids involuntarily twitched as he looked at the black light pillar that was getting closer and closer, revealing the restlessness in his heart. Under the black light pillar, he could feel an extremely dense destructive force. This force was so strong that even the world would find it difficult to restrain it. Is it another man-class Do technique? Humph. I can see that the Do Chi in your body is already insufficient. You actually want to use a man-class Do technique to kill me. You are really dreaming. Yun Lang raised both of his hands before his voice sounded. The seals between his fingers changed rapidly. Numerous mysterious seals were thrown out one after another. The space in front of him also became distorted. The seemingly invisible space had become the most frightening defense at this moment. All the remaining Do Chi in Yun Lang's body poured out and gathered in his palm. His body also instantly became empty. A feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness rose in his heart. Yun Lang completely ignored this. He threw a palm forward and struck the space in front of him. The Do Chi in his palm seemed to have found a point to pour out and instantly filled the entire empty space. In an instant, a spherical Do Chi shield appeared around Yun Lang's body and covered him within it. However, this was not the end. This shield was actually absorbing the natural energy of this place and turning it into its own use. Big Dipper Guard. Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face immediately revealed a surprise when he saw this. He also had a new view of Yun Lang's strength. At this moment, Yun Lang had truly revealed all of his strength. It was not surprising for a bandit to control the world as his own. However, this place was ultimately the Yuanwu continent. The rule strength was different from the Do Chi continent. One still needed the strength of the Do D class in order to freely control the world. Currently, this Yun Lang was actually able to control a part of the world as his own aid. This kind of ability was really rare. It was likely impossible to control a part of the world at the Band D class if one did not possess sufficient talent. The true strength of this cloud-splitting wolf could be seen. The shield in front of Yun Lang had just quietly formed when the 10 feet wide dark black energy pillar collided with it. Silence. Even the rustling sound of leaves being blown by the wind had disappeared. The entire world had returned to silence, just like the beginning of the primal chaos. No aura of life could be sensed, nor were there any traces of death. There was only an empty silence. The world was shocked when the two came into contact. The strength of this force was so great that even the world did not dare to create the slightest disturbance. The Do Chi within Xiao Yan's body was poured into his palm. A light flashed in his palm and the brilliant fire plate once again expanded. The dark black energy pillar also soared. A powerful and frightening strength suddenly erupted and eroded the shield. At the point where the Buddha's Fury Samsara collided with the shield, a terrifying tearing force was competing with each other. The black beam of light was constantly breaking down the world's energy above the shield, which was then devoured by the beam of light and turned into nourishment. The shield was also doing its best to swallow the natural energy in this place. The powerful tearing force turned all the natural energy within a 10,000 feet radius into a cluster of pure energy liquid that was suspended in the air above the shield. It was used to replenish the shield and resist the angry Buddha reincarnation. With the help of the natural energy, Yun Lang was naturally incomparably relaxed. Although he appeared to be in a passive position, he was smiling as he looked at Xiao Yan as though he was watching a show. It was as though he could already see victory waving at him. In this way, Xiao Yan's aura finally became increasingly weak. The feeling of weakness in his body caused him to feel dizzy. However, his powerful spiritual strength continued to support him. Xiao Yan flipped his left hand, which had been idle all this while. A jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. He crushed the jade bottle and over 10 Tier 9 energy recovery pills appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan stuffed all of them into his mouth. In an instant, turbulent pure Do Chi surged into the vortex in Xiao Yan's body like a tidal wave. His exhausted Do Chi was finally recovered. On the opposite side, Yun Lang's eyebrows twitched slightly when he saw this scene. Immediately, his expression turned ruthless. The Do Chi in his body poured out and he focused all of his attention on controlling the shield in front of him. He was incomparably clear in his heart that as long as he could block this attack from Xiao Yan, he would definitely be the final victor. Looking at Xiao Yan again, although he had the replenishment of the medicinal pills, they were after all only Tier 9 energy recovery pills. Regardless of how many there were, it was still a drop in the bucket for the current Xiao Yan. In an instant, the little Do Chi that he had just recovered once again disappeared. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little emotional. I'm afraid that I will need to find some D-tier medicinal pill formulas to use. With my current strength, just relying on tier 9 medicinal pills is far from enough. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Lang, who was within the shield. The two of them looked at each other and the space suddenly became distorted. Even if a Bandi expert did not use Do Chi, just a gaze was able to cause the space to change. A Bandi expert was indeed extraordinary. They were actually this strong. Yun Lang laughed mockingly. His aura suddenly soared and his powerful spiritual strength moved with a bang. His spiritual strength possessed the strength of an 8-star Bandi. Just a mere pressure was enough to destroy all of Xiao Yan's aura. Such strength was indeed worthy of being an 8-star Bandi expert. Xiao Yan's originally solemn expression instantly became much warmer when he saw this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. If it was a battle of Do Chi with Xiao Yan, this point might make him extremely solemn. However, if it was a battle of spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could only laugh it off. Competing with an alchemist in terms of spiritual strength was like a skinny man wrestling with a giant. The outcome of the battle was naturally self-evident. When Yun Lang's spiritual strength pressed down on Xiao Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. The spiritual strength in his body surged like the water of the Yellow River. In an instant, it condensed into a giant hand above Xiao Yan's head. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the giant hand that blotted out the sun instantly attacked and clashed head-on with Yun Lang's spiritual strength. How terrifying was an alchemist's spiritual strength. Although Yun Lang was an 8-star Bandi, his spiritual strength had only just advanced to the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had already advanced to the Emperor realm 10 years ago. The gap between them could be imagined. Not good. This human's spiritual strength has already stepped into the Emperor realm for many years. It is not something that I can contend with. Yun Lang's heart was suddenly startled when he saw Ling Tian's giant hand. The expression on his face suddenly changed. A frightened glint flowed deep within his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and he wanted to swiftly withdraw his spiritual strength. The change in expression on Yun Lang's face was also captured by Xiao Yan. A cold smile was lifted from the corner of his mouth. The expression in his eyes suddenly became ruthless. Humph! Do you think that it is still possible to retreat now? Emperor Realm Soul Skill. Towering Hand. Towering Hand. This was a soul skill that Xiao Yan had found from the countless scrolls left behind by the Tu-Shi ancient god. It was the top soul skill in the entire Do-Chi continent. Xiao Yan had also mastered it. This towering hand was also quite useful to Xiao Yan. Now that it was used, its strength was also quite shocking. With a cold laugh, the seals in Xiao Yan's left hand swiftly changed. An instant later, that Ling Tian's giant hand moved according to Xiao Yan's thoughts. It grabbed Yun Lang's vast and mighty wave-like spiritual strength in his hand. Yun Lang also appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His white skinny face instantly became distorted, appearing extremely terrifying. Yun Lang's hands suddenly clenched tightly. He resisted the heart-piercing pain that originated from his soul. At the same time, he did not forget to control the shield in front of him to prevent Xiao Yan from taking advantage of the situation. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled. This Yun Lang was not stupid. He was even more clear-headed in the face of death. No wonder he was able to become the overlord of this Lian Yun mountain range. With Yun Lang's spiritual strength restrained, Xiao Yan naturally felt a little more relaxed. Coupled with his mountain of energy recovery pills, the situation became a little more stable for a short period of time. In any case, Yun Lang was also the overlord of this area. His heart was filled with pride. How could he be willing to be controlled by Xiao Yan? Hardening his heart, all the muscles in his body tensed up like steel. He clenched his teeth and his eyes instantly turned abnormally scarlet. With a thought in his mind, a heaven-piercing roar sounded. The connection between Yun Lang and that portion of spiritual strength was finally forcefully severed. Roar! Damned human! Die! Heavenly wolf howls at the moon, roar. With an earth-shaking furious roar, Yun Lang instantly transformed into his original form. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. The bright day instantly turned into a dusky darkness. A bright moon stood in the clouds, emitting threads of cold light. In the darkness, there was an enormous silver-white wolf standing behind the cloud-splitting wolf. Waves of frightening aura spread from the cloud-splitting wolf's body, causing Xiao Yan's expression to instantly change. Even Luo Jin, who was on the ground, had a grave expression at this moment. This cloud-splitting wolf actually possesses the heavenly ability of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, Sky Wolf Howling Moon. This is going to be troublesome. The Do Qi in Brother Yan's body is currently weak. It will be incomparably difficult for him to defeat the cloud-splitting wolf. This cloud-splitting wolf also has the help of this bright moon. The speed at which it recovers its Do Qi is definitely not something that Brother Yan can compare with. I'm afraid that this battle is going to be dangerous. Luo Jin clearly had a better understanding of this move of the cloud-splitting wolf. Even so, there was nothing he could do about it. Although Luo Jin had some understanding of the Sky Wolf Howling Moon, it was only a superficial understanding. There was nothing he could do. Moreover, he was currently seriously injured and was unable to help Xiao Yan. If he were to forcefully charge forward, it was likely that not only would he not be able to help Xiao Yan, but he would instead become a burden to Xiao Yan. Although he felt helpless in his heart, Luo Jin still transmitted what he knew to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was naturally grateful for this. Although he did not know how to deal with the cloud-splitting wolf, his heart was at least somewhat confident. Hence, he was able to go all out when fighting. Xiao Yan sensed the gradually recovering aura on the cloud-splitting wolf's body. His heart involuntarily tightened. If this continued, it was likely that the cloud-splitting wolf would really be able to endure until the end. However, the medicinal pill replenishment was ultimately too little. No matter how one put it, the body of a bandit was not something that a Tier 9 medicinal pill could provide. His eyes flickered slightly. Although he felt a little reluctant in his heart, the situation dictated that if he did not use it, it was likely that he, Xiao Yan, would die here today. The tug-of-war between the Angry Buddha reincarnation and the Big Dipper Guardian continued. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the fire seal between his brows flickered. Soon after, a cluster of dark black flames flew out from between Xiao Yan's brows and landed in Xiao Yan's palm. A frightening suction force spread from around the dark black flame the moment it appeared. All the medium in the sky moved with it and was forcefully sucked over, after which it disappeared with a flash on the surface of the flame. Luo Jin's anxious and grave expression changed instantly when he saw this flame. His expression turned into a rich shock when he looked at the flame in Xiao Yan's hand. This is a heavenly flame. This is the second on the Heavenly Flame ranking, the Nihility Devouring Flame. Chapter 78. The Nihility Devouring Flame was a heaven-defying existence ranked second on the Heavenly Flame ranking. However, he had never expected that such a powerful independent existence would actually be within Xiao Yan's body. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that the entire continent would be in an uproar. Huh? That's not right. Although this heavenly flame possesses the aura of the Nihility Devouring Flame, the might of this flame and its devouring strength is far from being able to devour the world. A trace of doubt rose within Luo Jin's heart as he looked at the Nihility Devouring Flame in Xiao Yan's hand in the sky. This cluster of Nihility Devouring Flame was definitely not the essence of a heavenly flame. The expression in Luo Jin's eyes, which were looking at Xiao Yan, once again changed wildly when he thought of this. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His expression was filled with endless surprise. This flame, this flame is actually a wisp of the essence flame of the Nihility Devouring Flame. It should be known that if Xiao Yan was able to completely devour and subdue the Nihility Devouring Flame, it would only mean that Xiao Yan possessed extraordinary talent. In fact, such a heaven-defying thing was willing to follow him. However, this heavenly flame was merely a wisp of the essence flame of the Nihility Devouring Flame. Although its strength was much weaker than the actual body, if Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to obtain it from the actual body, it would really be enough to shock one's soul. Being ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking, how could the nihility devouring flame allow its essence flame to be taken by another? However, Xiao Yan was actually able to obtain a wisp of it. How could this not cause one to feel shocked? The strength of the nihility devouring flame was something that the entire continent was clearly aware of. Xiao Yan's attempt to forcefully obtain it was simply wishful thinking. Yet, Xiao Yan had actually taken out a wisp of the essence flame of the nihility devouring flame. This meant that Xiao Yan possessed a frightening talent that could cause the nihility devouring flame to be willing to give in to him. The cloud-splitting wolf, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan, was also surprised and uncertain. Its pair of bell-sized blood-colored eyes had been staring intently at the dark black flame ever since Xiao Yan had taken it out. It could sense an extremely frightening strength within the seemingly insignificant flame. That strength was sufficient to destroy this world in one strike. Xiao Yan held the nihility devouring flame in his hand and stood in the empty space in front of him. His heart suddenly recalled the black flame that had disappeared into the sky. That fellow, Old Bones said that he would obtain a good fortune. I wonder how he is doing now. However, I think that he should be doing better than me. Ha. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart, after which, he focused his attention on the nihility devouring flame in front of him. Although his heart was unwilling, he had no other choice given the current situation. An incomparably powerful spiritual strength entered the essence of the heavenly flame like a celestial thread. The frightening temperature, which could incinerate everything in the outside world, appeared to be nothing in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. His spiritual strength poured into the heavenly flame and swiftly found the spiritual imprint that he had left behind in the past. After hesitating for a moment, a thought passed through his mind. That spiritual imprint slowly disappeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Although this scene was not seen by the cloud-splitting wolf and Luo Jin, they were able to roughly guess what had happened from the change in the aura of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan had actually cut off the thread of connection with the nihility devouring flame in his hand. Damn it! Is this fellow crazy? That is the nihility devouring flame. How can he bear to just let it go? At this moment, even Luo Jin involuntarily spouted vulgar words in his heart. Xiao Yan's actions were really a great blow. Bang! A muffled sound appeared. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was naturally withdrawn. The aura of the nihility devouring flame in his hand suddenly erupted. A burning will instantly filled the entire sky. The endless empty space suddenly became distorted. Luo Jin also instantly felt as though he had been thrown into a furnace at this moment. The skin on the surface of his body swiftly turned bright red, causing him to have no choice but to maneuver the little Do Qi within his body to do his best to resist. The strength of the heavenly flame was actually this powerful. It was merely a 10 millionth of its actual body, yet it was actually able to stir an unusual phenomenon in the sky. This strength could be said to be terrifying. The moment Xiao Yan cut off his connection with the heavenly flame in his hand, in a dark and mysterious space tens of thousands of kilometers away, a black human figure, whose entire body was burning with a dark black flame and whose body was covered with mysterious symbols, suddenly opened his gently shut eyes. He looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. Has he cut off his connection with me? In this way, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. However, this is just as well. Allow me to see if you, Flame Emperor, have the strength to force me to lower my head. From his words, this person was He Yen, who had disappeared into the sky after becoming an emperor back then. The strength of the heavenly flame completely erupted after the connection with the nihility devouring flame was severed. The endless devouring strength even devoured the empty space, turning it into a dark black void. Xiao Yan had controlled this wisp of heavenly flame essence for many years. Even though he had cut off his connection with it, it still danced gently in Xiao Yan's hand. Do Qi suddenly surged from Xiao Yan's hand. Half of the little Do Qi within his body was poured into the heavenly flame by Xiao Yan. With the support of Xiao Yan's Do Qi, the nihility devouring flame burned even more intensely. The entire place instantly became dry and hot. The originally tender green grass and trees on the ground were instantly turned into a pile of dust. Threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye appeared to have been guided by something. They wildly gathered toward the nihility-devouring flame in Xiao Yan's hand. Hui, I will leave the refinement to you. Xiao Yan spoke to Hui in his heart, after which he placed his attention on the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand. The cloud-splitting wolf's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw the surging natural energy around Xiao Yan's body. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually possessed such a technique. If Xiao Yan really succeeded, it was likely that this big battle would be really dangerous. Bright moon-attracting star. A long roar was emitted towards the sky. The bright moon in the sky suddenly emitted a bright light. Soon after, a moonlight strength descended from the sky like a bright meteor and landed on the surface of the cloud-splitting wolf's body. The aura of the cloud-splitting wolf suddenly soared. The exhausted Do Qi within its body also began to swiftly recover. One could see the cloud-splitting wolf once again emitting a howl towards the sky. That endless moonlight strength was like a waterfall of stars that was completely swallowed into its mouth. Soon after, a frightening aura of destruction was emitted from its mouth. Wolf howl 9 heavens, 8 wastelands destruction. Die! Xiao Yan saw a bright white light cluster the size of a planet from the cloud-splitting wolf's mouth the moment it lowered its head. The bright light cluster suddenly erupted when it was aimed at Xiao Yan's angry Buddha reincarnation. A glaring light pillar suddenly shot out from its mouth. It instantly shattered the celestial barrier and violently collided with Xiao Yan's angry Buddha reincarnation. In an instant, Xiao Yan's angry Buddha reincarnation was easily shattered by that light pillar. Xiao Yan's body, which was standing in the air, was involuntarily pushed back by 1,000 feet by this powerful force. That bright white light pillar also charged forward with an unstoppable force until it was 100 feet in front of Xiao Yan. Only then did it slowly come to a stop. Even so, Xiao Yan was already completely exhausted. The devouring and refining of Hui behind him was indeed not enough. His strength was not at the level of a Ban Emperor. All the devouring and replenishing was useless to Xiao Yan. Ha 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 ha! Human! This is the result of provoking me, Yun Lang. You are just like an ant when fighting with me. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can fight with an expert who far surpasses you just because you have some strength and tactics. You must remember this point well. Remember not to provoke me, Yun Lang, in your next life. Ha 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 ha! Human, die! The cloud-splitting wolf looked at Xiao Yan, who was already at the end of his rope, and could not help but feel refreshed in his heart. Today, he would definitely use the blood of Xiao Yan and Luo Jin to wash away his anger. The cloud-splitting wolf once again let out an earth-shaking howl. The bright white light pillar in his mouth suddenly shook. The strength within it became even more terrifying. The light pillar, which had just stopped, once again charged forward. The angry Buddha reincarnation would definitely be broken. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of turbid air in this moment of desperation. He looked at the approaching bright white light pillar and used a pleading tone to speak to Guyu in his heart. Elder Guyu, this junior knows that you will uphold your duty and will definitely not help this junior deal with the enemy. However, this junior has a request today. I hope that Elder can agree to it. Guyu could not help but feel a little curious when he heard this. As long as it did not violate his duty, it was fine to borrow something. However, the key was that he did not have anything to borrow. Feeling helpless, Guyu involuntarily asked Xiao Yan, "Tell me what you want. What do you want to borrow? If I have it, it is fine even if I lend it to you as long as it does not violate my duty." Xiao Yan's eyes brightened when he heard this. His heart involuntarily sighed in relief. His pale face finally became a little warmer. "Elder, this junior wishes to borrow your bone-chilling flame." Guyu's eyes changed slightly as he involuntarily cried out in surprise. However, he quickly laughed. "I have nearly forgotten that you still have your strongest Do skill, the angry Buddha lotus flame. Ha ha, as long as you possess a sufficiently powerful heavenly flame, forget about a man-class Do skill. It is likely that you will not even need to worry about a higher-class Do skill." A cluster of dense white flames appeared in front of Xiao Yan before his voice sounded. Xiao Yan thanked Gu Yu in his heart upon seeing this. After which, he once again focused his eyes on the nihility devouring flame. Xiao Yan widened his large mouth and a wild and violent suction force was emitted from it. He swallowed the nihility devouring flame. The flame art chi method within his body was swiftly circulated. Within a couple of breaths, the natural energy around Xiao Yan had been completely swallowed by Xiao Yan. Ha! Angry Buddha reincarnation. Explode! Xiao Yan's face gradually recovered its rosiness as he sensed the abundant dou qi within his body. His right palm suddenly shook and a surging dou qi suddenly shot out. The dark black light pillar trembled for a moment under the enormous force before it suddenly exploded at the end. The white light pillar was also forcefully shattered into a countless number of pieces by this vast and mighty force. An instant later, a wild and violent heat wave that incinerated the sky suddenly swept over the place. This time around, the cloud-splitting wolf was a lot smarter. Having suffered once, it was only natural that it would not suffer a second time. The large wolf head let out a long howl towards the sky. An endless amount of moonlight scattered down from the bright moon. Immediately, it was swallowed by the cloud-splitting wolf. On the other side, Xiao Yan controlled the bone-chilling flame with one hand and threw the nihility-devouring flame with the other. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flames within his body suddenly poured out. 4 clusters of flames appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Bone-chilling flame, nihility-devouring flame, purifying demonic lotus flame. The last cluster of flames, D-flame. The angry Buddha lotus flame this time around would definitely be the most powerful combination Xiao Yan had ever created since he had created the angry Buddha lotus flame. The top 3 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking, Gu Yu and the bone-chilling flame, would become Xiao Yan's strongest killing move. Is this really going to work? You've never tried it before. Moreover, given the current condition of your body, can you really do it? Hua Yi's voice was suddenly transmitted from the side, causing Xiao Yan's expression to pause. He naturally felt an incomparable pressure when he held such an enormous strength in his hand. The dou qi that Xiao Yan had refined earlier was not pure enough due to time. Hence, it would be even more difficult for Xiao Yan to merge the heavenly flames. Xiao Yan did not dare to hesitate even a little. Although Hua Yi's words were true, the current situation was like this. If Xiao Yan did not go all out, only death would await him. However, Xiao Yan's heart was not limited to this. There were even more mysterious places in the Yuanwu continent that were waiting for him to unearth. How could Xiao Yan be willing to stay in this place? Gu Yu's duty, the black-robed person's pursuit. These were all questions that Xiao Yan had in his heart. Was it fate or a trap for him to become an emperor? Why was the black-robed person so familiar with him? These were all questions that Xiao Yan was most unwilling to accept. Hence, he must continue walking down this path. Sooner or later, he would part the clouds and see the source of everything. Chapter 79. Xiao Yan flipped his hands, after which, he violently slapped them together and forcefully merged the nihility-devouring flame and the bone-chilling flame. The collision of the 2 types of heavenly flames caused the space around Xiao Yan to fluctuate intensely. The powerful strength that erupted from the forceful merger caused the web between Xiao Yan's thumb and index finger to crack a little. Traces of fresh blood had yet to seep out when they were swiftly dried and formed into scabs by the frighteningly high temperature. At this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to bother about this. His frightening spiritual strength poured out as he tried his best to control the heavenly flames in his hand. He tried his best to stabilize them at an equilibrium point. The 2 types of heavenly flames were finally gradually merged together by Xiao Yan. The strength of the heavenly flames caused Xiao Yan to feel as though this was the first time he was undergoing the merger process. Although he was familiar with it, he was also a little unfamiliar with it. The 2 types of heavenly flames were completely outside of Xiao Yan's control. If it was not because of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, it was likely that he would have difficulty succeeding. The difficult first step of the merger process was finally completed. Xiao Yan extended his hand and beckoned. The purifying demonic lotus flame and the god flame were swung over. These 2 types of heavenly flames were after all heavenly flames that Xiao Yan had already refined. Hence, there was not the slightest difficulty in merging them. Although he was still a little unfamiliar with the control, it would not be difficult for him to use the Angry Buddha lotus flame in the future if he succeeded. A moment later, the two clusters of heavenly flames appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Without pausing, Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength wrapped around the two clusters of heavenly flames. At this moment, even Xiao Yan had great difficulty controlling these two clusters of heavenly flames. If he was careless, he would end up being turned into ashes. The two clusters of heavenly flames slowly approached each other in Xiao Yan's palm. Their desire to devour each other caused the two clusters of heavenly flames to gradually become more intense, even though they were under Xiao Yan's control. Grug! The powerful strength of the heavenly flames caused the blood within Xiao Yan's body to churn. Xiao Yan involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fresh blood had just been spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth when the blazing heavenly flame welcomed it with a bang. The bright red blood instantly turned into nothingness. Damn it! If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Yan forcefully controlled the heavenly flame in his palm. The veins all over his body bulged as he clenched his teeth. A series of creaking sounds came from between his teeth. His forehead was also dripping with sweat. Could be seen just how much pressure Xiao Yan was under. Ha! Emperor Flame, melt! With an explosive cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became ruthless. His entire person became crazy. His hands suddenly clapped together and the heavenly flames in his palms collided with each other. The energy that erupted from the collision between the two types of heavenly flames caused Xiao Yan's arms to tremble involuntarily. A wave of numbness instantly assaulted his heart. His entire body shook as he forcefully dispelled the numbness. The strength in his palm soared once again as his spiritual strength completely wrapped around the heavenly flame in his palm. The powerful heavenly flame continuously swept out. The clothes on Xiao Yan's upper body instantly turned into nothingness. The intense temperature caused even Xiao Yan's heart to feel a wave of scorching heat. In an instant, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned crimson red. A few seals were continuously formed in his hands as the heavenly flames in his palms once again violently slammed together. This wild and ferocious heavenly flame finally slowly stabilized as it did its final fusion in Xiao Yan's palm. Roar! Human, your destiny has come to an end. Today is the day you die. Die! Ha 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 ha! Remember, don't ever meet me in your next life. Otherwise, I will destroy you once again. Heavenly wolf howls at the moon. Die! Before the angry Buddha lotus flame appeared, another sky wolf moon howl was once again violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. If this attack were to hit, Xiao Yan would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating. Both of his hands abruptly clenched the heavenly flame in his palm. As the flame shot out, the heavenly flame that had just stabilized once again erupted. Seeing this, Xiao Yan violently bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth. A mouthful of essence blood was spat onto the heavenly flame. The seals in his hands swiftly changed as he forcefully stabilized the angry Buddha lotus flame. The brutal aura was violently suppressed within the fire lotus. The fusion of the heavenly flame was finally completed. The abundant do-chi within Xiao Yan's body once again became empty. At this moment, the white light pillar, which contained an even more destructive aura than before, finally arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did his best to focus his attention on the light pillar. The waves of weakness that were emitted from his body caused him to feel a little giddy. His entire body, which was standing high in the sky, was also a little shaky. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as though his spirit was no longer under his control. His teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain that was transmitted from his nerves caused Xiao Yan to temporarily recover. He used all his strength to control the fire lotus in his palm. The fire lotus was formed. A faint cream-white flame seedling danced and rotated on the lotus leaves. The current angry Buddha lotus flame was already very different on the surface compared to before. From the inside to the outside, the fire lotus was divided into 4 layers. Based on their color, they were cream white, dense white, pink, and black. Looking at it this way, there was not much change compared to before. However, just how strong it was could only be determined in the upcoming battle. In an instant, the white light pillar was already only a couple of feet away from Xiao Yan. At this moment, the vision high in the sky had already been greatly expanded. Luo Jin, who was on the ground, could not help but be greatly alarmed in his heart when he saw this scene. He hurriedly shouted toward Xiao Yan, "Brother Yan Xiao, it's dangerous. Dodge quickly." Xiao Yan turned his head and smiled at Luo Jin when he heard this. Immediately, he turned back and gathered all the strength in his body onto his arms. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the white light pillar that was close at hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with great force. "Go, angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Let him witness the strength of the merger of four-peak heavenly flames. I may not lose this battle." The cloud-splitting wolf let out a cold beast roar when he saw this. It was as though he was expressing the disdain in his heart. It was merely a small fire lotus. To him, it did not even have any meaning to attack. How could it hurt him? It was merely a joke. With regards to this, Xiao Yan chose to ignore it. As for how strong it was, he would naturally find out after a while. Xiao Yan's body suddenly became weak after the fire lotus was pushed forward. He staggered and nearly fell from the sky. This scene caused Luo Jin to be extremely anxious. The drifting fire lotus did not appear to possess any threatening intent. However, from the point that the area where it passed turned into an endless empty space, the interior of this seemingly harmless fire lotus possessed a frightening might that could shake the world. The fire lotus and the white light pillar suddenly collided. The wild and violent explosion that should have occurred did not appear. On the contrary, it was an invisible battle between the two. However, ever since the fire lotus made contact with the light pillar, the heart of the cloud-splitting wolf was replaced by an endless fear. The disdain and cold smile from earlier had completely disappeared at this moment. All that was left was a terrified heart. No, 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 impossible. The strength of this fire lotus, how is it possible? It has already reached the high level of the man-class Do technique. High-level man-class Do technique. Just the word high level was already sufficient to cause most people to be shocked. What did a high-level man-class Do technique represent? It was the existence at the peak of the man-class Do techniques. A high-level man-class Do technique could destroy mountains and rivers with one strike, destroy the world with one strike. This was the might of a high-level man-class Do technique. Normally speaking, any practitioner who possessed a high-level man-class Do technique would have an unwritten rule restricting them. That was that they were not allowed to randomly use a high-level man-class Do technique. If they insisted on using it, they must do so in the endless empty space. Otherwise, they would be forcefully restrained by a strong person and lose their freedom. Even their memories regarding the Do technique would be wiped away. Therefore, there would naturally be no one who was willing to do so. Hence, they would abide by this unwritten rule. From this, one could see just how frightening a high-level man-class Do technique was that even the strong people of the continent would do their best to suppress it. Luo Jin looked at the beautiful fire lotus. His heart was also extremely shaken. Xiao Yan's strength had repeatedly struck his heart. Set after set of man-class Do techniques, the protection of the fire spirit, and the favor of the heavenly flame. This kind of status was really enough to deal a blow to others. Who the hell is this guy? Even those three clans have never heard of such a strong younger generation member. He is really a monster. Xiao Yan's endless tactics had already caused Luo Jin to be somewhat numb. The corner of his mouth twitched violently a couple of times. His face was stupefied as he looked at Xiao Yan. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he could not use common sense when facing Xiao Yan in the future. Otherwise, he would really be frightened to death. The white light pillar continued to break apart in front of the angry Buddha lotus flame. Immediately, it disappeared into the sky. The fire lotus ignored the existence of the white light pillar and directly penetrated it. drifting toward the enormous body of the cloud-splitting wolf. Roar! No! Human! Sir, you can't do this. A high-level man-class Do technique must be used in the air and cannot be used in this world. If you do this, you will be chased to death by the strong people of the continent. If you want to live, you should quickly stop. If this is the case, I am also willing to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with you. You can take the Heavenly Imperial Demon Flower, Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence, and Falling Flame Mysterious Iron. I will also allow you and your friend to leave. From now on, we will not know each other and live our own lives. Are you willing? At this moment, the cloud-splitting wolf's heart was finally alarmed. The strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame caused him, an 8-star Ban Emperor, to have no choice but to lower his head to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body swayed slightly. However, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Forget about the fact that he was currently unable to withdraw the angry Buddha lotus flame. Even if he had the ability, why would he do so? Could it be because of the unwritten rule of the continent? Haha! So it's like this. I am also a little tempted after hearing this. The cloud-splitting wolf's heart involuntarily moved when he heard Xiao Yan's words. A glint flickered in his eyes. As long as Xiao Yan was able to withdraw this fire lotus, the cloud-splitting wolf was confident that he could kill Xiao Yan in an instant. At that time, forget about the Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence. Even the things on Xiao Yan's body would belong to him. However, just as this thought flashed across his mind, the cold smile on Xiao Yan's face became increasingly dense. His pale face carried a playful smile as Xiao Yan continued to speak. It's a pity? Oh, what's a pity? The cloud-splitting wolf took the opportunity to ask. Xiao Yan continued. Once the angry Buddha lotus flame is unleashed, it cannot be withdrawn. Destroying everything is its final outcome. Therefore, please accept it. Before his voice sounded, the cloud-splitting wolf's expression had already been replaced by endless fury and killing intent. You tricked me. Xiao Yan did not pay any attention to this. With a thought, a sentence drifted out from his mouth. Angry Buddha lotus flame. Explode. Time admits that this book is lacking in many areas. The content is not rich enough, and the plot is not perfect. The fighting and dialogue plots, the psychological activities of the characters, the changes in their expressions, and so on. Time can only say, I'm sorry everyone, but on the other hand, Time really wants to present this story to the end, because there are many ideas in it. I hope that the cause of the story can be presented to everyone in this book. Time has already said that many old characters will appear. Ziyan and the little fairy doctor, who are mentioned in the first chapter, are indispensable. Of course, it's up to you whether Kai Lin wants to continue. There are many opportunities to set up characters. You can also recommend characters that you have in mind. Time will work hard to present them to everyone. In the end, I hope that everyone can give up a recommendation ticket in your hands. After all, this book cannot be signed. Time can only work harder with everyone's votes. In addition, Time has one more thing to say. My friend's book is also very good. Battle Through the Firmament, The Legend of the Great Thousand World, is also very popular. I hope everyone will like it. Chapter 80. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Explode. It was a light sentence. There were only a few words, but in an instant, it caused the entire world to rumble and tremble violently. The empty space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers shattered. The mountains and rivers were destroyed. All life was turned into nothingness. The endless mountains and rivers were also shattered like a mirror in an instant. In merely an instant, the entire place disappeared from this space. The unusual natural phenomenon that was created by the sky wolf howling moon also shattered with a loud bang. Everything had turned into the most primitive darkness. Luo Jin, who was standing on the ground, had already flown into the empty space. At this moment, he had clearly used all his strength to unleash his trump card. In merely a couple of breaths' time, he had arrived beside Xiao Yan. Bang! Within the empty space, the outer layer of the washbasin-sized fire lotus, which was a layer of dark black like nothingness, finally appeared to be unable to endure the continuous trembling of this space. It gently fell down and broke off from the entire lotus flower. This scene caused the cloud-splitting wolf, which had originally lost all of its life aura, to instantly regain its senses. Its scarlet eyes, which had dimmed, abruptly shot out a ray of light. Ha 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 ha! I originally thought that this was a frightening high-level Mando technique. Turns out that it is merely a failed product with an empty appearance. Ha 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 ha! You bold human actually dared to deceive me time and time again. See if I don't completely destroy you today and turn you into ashes. I will take revenge for the hatred in my heart. The temperature of the entire space suddenly fell when these sharp and vicious words were emitted, caused one to feel a chill. It also allowed one to feel the viciousness of this cloud-splitting wolf. The change of the angry Buddha lotus flame also caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. The angry Buddha lotus flame that he had spent a great deal of effort in order to succeed had really scattered in such a casual manner. However, the next moment, the dark black lotus petals began to revolve around the fire lotus after all of them fell. Its speed became increasingly faster. In merely a couple of breaths, it had already surpassed the speed of sound. Within the space, there were some invisible black light spots that gathered toward the fire lotus. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan also felt a very strange feeling in his heart. A trace of his spiritual strength was being drawn out uncontrollably. Although it was forcefully extracted, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of pain. It was as if the spiritual strength was released from his body by itself. As Xiao Yan's spiritual strength left his body, endless black light spots gathered at the center of the fire lotus. Mixed within them was a trace of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. The strange energy continued to change within the fire lotus. This scene caused Xiao Yan and the cloud-splitting wolf to be somewhat entranced. This was the first time they had seen a Do skill not explode after being used. Even so, no one present dared to act rashly. Who knew if this thing would suddenly explode? At that time, no one would be able to escape. Only Luo Jin's still pale face had become somewhat solemn. His eyes would occasionally drift toward Xiao Yan by the side. His heart was filled with shock. This was because the current situation was the time when a Do skill transformed into a spirit and formed the will of its creator's soul. Once this step was completed, this human-class Do skill would be the true pinnacle creation. It was common knowledge that once a human-class Do skill was used, it would agglomerate the spiritual illusionary figure of its creator. On one hand, it would increase the strength of the Do skill. On the other hand, it could be considered a memorial to the predecessors. However, not every human-class Do skill could possess this spiritual illusionary figure. This was because if the creator's ability was insufficient, it would be impossible to agglomerate that illusionary figure. Hence, although there were many human-class Do skills, there were very few true human-class Do skills. How could it be so easy to create a pinnacle Do skill? If one did not have sufficient talent and willpower, it was likely that one would not be able to create a true human-class Do skill regardless of how strong one was. This fellow is a little exaggerated. At this moment, even the corner of Luo Jin's mouth twitched involuntarily. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was like he was looking at a monster. A moment later, the black-colored light spot within the fire lotus gradually stabilized. Xiao Yan's and the cloud-splitting wolf's expressions were startled when they looked at it from a distance. The shape that the light spot had stabilized was surprisingly a human-shaped illusory figure. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask Luo Jin by the side, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed once again. In an instant, the gaze he used to look at the human-shaped illusionary figure had also changed. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the human-shaped illusionary figure was surprisingly his own appearance. This is... Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The shock in his heart actually caused him to be unable to express his words clearly. Luo Jin by the side helplessly smiled. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He used an envious gaze to look at Xiao Yan. His tone completely revealed his current mood. That's a Do skill spirit transformation. Only now can your Do skill be considered a genuine high human-class Do skill. His voice was not loud. However, it caused the expressions of Xiao Yan and the cloud-splitting wolf to instantly change. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. His face was filled with excitement. The current him could finally be considered a grandmaster. As for the cloud-splitting wolf, the aura that had just recovered was instantly extinguished by Luo Jin's words, like a red-hot piece of iron that was suddenly thrown into ice water. Do skill spirit transformation. No, I can't accept this. It's absolutely impossible. How could a human like you, who has just advanced to a 3-star half-emperor, be able to create a Do skill spirit transformation? Impossible. This must be a lie that you purposely made up because you don't have the confidence to kill me in one strike. It's all in order to deceive me and make me lose confidence. After which, you'll borrow this already failed human class Do skill to kill me in one strike. Am I right? How could your tricks deceive me, a grand 8-star half-emperor? Ha 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 ha. Wanting to kill me is simply wishful thinking. Under the fierce bombardment of the Do skill spirit transformation, the cloud-splitting wolf's heart was actually forcefully suppressed. It gradually became intense and crazy. In its heart, it continued to imagine the glory when it killed Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. However, it did not know that reality was reality. Regardless of how much it did not believe in its heart, the cloud-splitting wolf would not be able to escape death today. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? You're not confident now that I've guessed correctly? Come. Do skill spirit transformation. Peak of a high human class Do skill. Come and kill me. If it's not enough, I'll just turn into a human again. Ha 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 ha. As it laughed crazily, the cloud-splitting wolf once again turned into a human. Its arms were wide open and its face was filled with an insufferably crazy appearance. It caused people who saw it to involuntarily emit a disdainful sneer. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin also involuntarily shook their heads. With such a mental state, it was likely that even if they really let him off, this would be the end of it in this life. The corner of Luo Jin's mouth twitched slightly. He once again glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Immediately, he glanced at Yun Lang, who had already become crazy, and involuntarily sighed in his heart. It is really unexpected that someone has already been frightened to the point of becoming crazy by this fellow after just getting acquainted with him. I really don't know how to interact with him in the future. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. A thought flashed across his heart. The fire lotus that was suspended in the air suddenly hurriedly rushed toward the cloud-splitting wolf. On the other hand, Xiao Yan quietly stood on the spot, watching everything that was about to happen. Bang! A powerful air wave that could destroy the empty space suddenly swept apart. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the air wave automatically separated from Luo Jin. However, that frighteningly high temperature still caused Luo Jin's heart to be extremely afraid. Before the first wave of air dissipated, another wave of air swept out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Everywhere it passed, the earth turned into an endless abyss. Beyond the clouds, the scorching sun that hung in the sky was like an old light bulb, dim and lightless. The sunlight that was originally enough to illuminate the entire sky also seemed to have plunged into an endless abyss and was nowhere to be seen. The pitch-black space looked even more deep and empty. This world had already completely deviated from the Yuanwu continent. Everything belonged to another world. Nothingness, deathly stillness. As if it was chaos. Boom! The hot flame wave suddenly swept past the bodies of Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. This was merely the explosion of the third level. However, at this moment, only Xiao Yan's and Luo Jin's auras remained within a 5,000-kilometer radius. As the raging flame blasted past, a powerful pressure that could shake the heaven and earth suddenly pressed down from this side of the world. Not good. Luo Jin, be careful. Although Xiao Yan was unaffected, Luo Jin was instantly smashed down by the pressure. Even with Xiao Yan's warning, it was of no use. In the face of absolute power, there was no such thing as being careful. Given Luo Jin's heavily injured body, if not for the fact that the ground below had already turned into an abyss, just the pressure alone would have been enough to instantly crush him into nothingness. Xiao Yan naturally wanted to resist this pressure and protect Luo Jin. Unfortunately, The strength of this pressure was no longer something that Xiao Yan could control as he pleased. Even as its owner, it was impossible for him to completely control this angry Buddha lotus flame with his current strength. Being able to prevent himself from being affected was already the best outcome for Xiao Yan after he had gained control of the angry Buddha lotus flame. After a couple of flashes, Xiao Yan had already appeared beside the falling Luo Jin. He used one hand to forcefully pull him up. Only then did Xiao Yan apologize to Luo Jin. "Brother Luo Jin, I have nearly harmed you. It is unexpected that this angry Buddha lotus flame is still so difficult to control even though it already has my spiritual will." Luo Jin smiled with great difficulty. Given his experience, he was naturally aware of just how powerful a high-level Mando technique was. How could it be so easy for Xiao Yan to completely control it? Boom! The two of them had just spoken when the final layer of the lotus core exploded in the empty space hundreds of thousands of feet high. An endless pressure that surpassed the vast and mighty suddenly arrived above the heads of the two of them. This attack would definitely not differentiate between you and me. If they were struck, even Xiao Yan would have difficulty escaping death. Before Xiao Yan could react, the ancient pressure that broke the world had already swept over the spot where the two of them were. The endless abyss had also become even deeper. The ending of this chapter might not be very good. I will pay attention to the changes in the future. I hope that everyone will not take offense. Chapter 81. A man wearing a black robe was seated on a green rock in the middle of a lush mountain forest. Threads of pure natural energy continuously flowed into the man's body. A moment later, the man's eyelids trembled slightly. Immediately he opened his eyes. A beautiful flame light suddenly shot out from deep within his eyes, instantly turning a towering ancient tree a few dozen feet in front of him into a pile of dust. The man's legs shook. His seated body suddenly rose from the ground. He stood up and his eyes turned to look at Luo Jin, who had just exited his cultivation state. These two people were Xiao Yan and Luo Jin, who had narrowly escaped death after the angry Buddha lotus flame had completely erupted that day. After this battle, the relationship between the two of them had become completely familiar. Their relationship was extremely deep and they could be said to be friends who would go through life and death together. Now that their eyes met, they understood each other with a glance. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and an emerald green rock appeared in his palm. The expression in Luo Jin's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw it. His eyes swept towards Xiao Yan, only to see an indifferent expression in Xiao Yan's eyes. Clearly, he did not have any intention of coveting this heavenly imperial jade essence. This also caused Luo Jin to involuntarily feel a little apologetic. Even until now, he was still unable to completely trust Xiao Yan. He was really a little narrow-minded. Xiao Yan was unconcerned about this. After all, there were usually very few people who could remain indifferent in the face of a natural treasure. It was only natural for Luo Jin to have such thoughts in his heart. He was naturally able to understand. Xiao Yan waved his hand across the air and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He extended his hand into it and once again pulled with great force. A 30-feet-long black mysterious metal was pulled out by Xiao Yan across the air and landed on the ground with a loud bang. The meteoric flame mysterious metal was naturally incomparably heavy. The moment it landed, more than half of the entire piece of meteoric flame mysterious metal was forcefully smashed into the ground. The frightening weight of the meteoric flame mysterious metal caused the land within a radius of a couple of miles to suddenly tremble at this instant. The ground around the mysterious metal was also shaken, forming numerous large cracks that resembled spider webs. The cracks were so deep that one could not see the bottom. Surprise flashed across Luo Jin's eyes when he saw this. Although he had heard quite a lot of information about the meteorite mysterious metal, he only understood what it meant to shake the heavens and shake the earth after seeing it today. Just the might of descending into the world was already able to move the ley lines. If one were to add the activation of Do Qi, would one not be able to compete with the heavens? However, when Luo Jin thought about it, he was shocked by Xiao Yan's terrifying strength. He had already experienced the might of this meteoric flame mysterious metal. However, even so, it was still moved by Xiao Yan with a single hand. It must be said that Xiao Yan's strength was truly frightening. Battle chi, alchemy, and body refinement. This guy is really a pure monster. If such a person were to become his training goal, it was likely that there would be no need for him to continue training in the future. At this moment, Luo Jin's heart was speechless for quite a while. He sighed emotionally in his heart and ceased thinking about it. After all, if he were to compete with a monster like Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would only extinguish his desire to train. May I know if Brother Luo Jin is proficient in the art of weapon refinement? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's voice was transmitted into Luo Jin's ears. Luo Jin's expression was slightly startled. Only then did Luo Jin react. Repair and smelting were two completely different forging techniques. Even though Xiao Yan had a powerful spiritual strength, he was still helpless in this aspect. Luo Jin smiled awkwardly before opening his mouth to speak. I will not hide it from Brother Yen. Since young, I have devoted all my attention to training. Therefore, I am really unable to learn the art of weapon refinement. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. If this was the case, the restoration of the Heavy Shen ruler would likely be far in the future. The art of weapon refinement was different from alchemy. Even though both involved spiritual strength and the heavenly flame, if one were to really differentiate them, the difference was not small. An alchemist merged the energy of heaven and earth into a medicinal pill with the goal of saving people. On the other hand, a weapon refiner refined divine objects into sharp blades with the goal of killing. Therefore, just by looking at the essence of the two, they were already completely opposite. It was not easy to converge. When Luo Jin saw the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, the corners of his mouth lifted into a comfortable smile as he opened his mouth to speak. Brother Yan Xiao, there is no need to worry. Even though I do not know the art of weapon refinement, it does not mean that others do not. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly brightened as he abruptly lifted his head to stare at Luo Jin. His expression was extremely fervent. That gaze of his could not wait to see through Luo Jin, so that Luo Jin could no longer keep him in suspense. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as his neck involuntarily shrank back. His throat rolled as he emitted a guji sound. His mouth parted into a smile before Luo Jin hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. That person is in the ancient savage city. People call him Old Luo. He should be able to restore this huge ruler of yours. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's emotions finally calmed down. However, deep within his pupils, there was still a fervent glow flickering. The matter of the Heavy Shen ruler had temporarily come to an end. Xiao Yan also turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. That was the direction of the ancient savage city. Brother Yan Xiao, are you planning to head to the ancient savage city next? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a faint smile. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he smiled faintly and said, I was originally planning to head to the ancient savage city. Moreover, there is someone waiting for me there, so I can't find another person. Moreover, the Heavy Shen ruler still needs to be repaired. This time, I will go to the ancient savage city and settle everything in one go. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. When Xiao Yan mentioned that there was someone waiting for him, he could naturally hear the cold killing intent hidden within his words. He could not help but feel pity for that person in his heart. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke this monster beside him. Changing the topic, Luo Jin once again opened his mouth to ask, Brother Yan Xiao, I wonder if you are going this time around to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting that is held once every 5 years? If that is the case, then I think that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will be quite interesting. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly when he heard this. He looked at Luo Jin with some astonishment and asked, Alchemist Grand Meeting? I wonder if an Emperor Tier pill formula will appear? Luo Jin's expression was slightly startled, following which the corner of his mouth twitched. Emperor Tier pill formula. Do you think this is the middle region? Emperor Tier pill formulas are so worthless. Luo Jin glanced at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. He was somewhat speechless in his heart. He curled his lips before opening his mouth and saying, The Emperor Tier pill formula, not to mention the southern region border. I'm afraid that even the southern region prefecture city does not have it. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. The expression on his face also changed a little. It was obvious that he was very surprised by Luo Jin's answer. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to ask, Luo Jin continued, "In this place, the highest grade pill formula is probably only a Tier 3 medicinal pill formula." A Tier 3 medicinal pill formula. Huh? Looks like even in this place, an Emperor Tier pill formula is unique in this world. Although there is no Emperor Tier pill formula, it is said that the winner of this pill gathering will obtain a remnant of a Tier 6 medicinal pill formula. Chapter 82. Although there is no God Tier pill formula, it is said that if someone is able to obtain first place in the alchemy gathering, they will be able to obtain a remnant pill formula for a Tier 6 pill. Luo Jin's voice was especially heavy when he spoke of a Tier 6 pill. It felt as though he was purposely trying to arouse the interest in Xiao Yan's heart. Oh? A Tier 6 pill formula, huh? Although it is a remnant, as long as one makes good use of it, one might be able to comprehend and refine a new type of pill. Xiao Yan was surprised at first. Soon after, he softly chuckled and said with a faint smile, "Using a pill formula to comprehend the pill Tao was a method that alchemists often used to grow. Often, this method would allow an alchemist to improve by quite a bit. For most alchemists, this was indeed an extremely good way to grow. Just like the grade 8 alchemist's lifetime comprehension that Xiao Yan had left behind for Lu Xiong before he left the Lu clan. There were many insights on the pill Tao contained within. If Lu Xiong was able to carefully comprehend it, it would bring endless benefits to his pill Tao." Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as flames flickered and danced deep within his pupils. Xiao Yan, was definitely going to participate in this alchemist gathering. So it's like this. In that case, let me meet the alchemists of the Yuanwu continent. Ever since Xiao Yan had become an emperor, he had not had the opportunity to find an alchemist of similar strength to compete with him. This made Xiao Yan feel somewhat depressed in his heart. Now that he had such an opportunity, Xiao Yan would naturally not miss it. He let out a long roar towards the sky. The pride in his bones borrowed the momentum to charge into the sky. His aura shot into a long rainbow. That mighty aura pierced through the sky. Ha! Looks like Brother Yan Xiao is already determined to participate in this alchemist gathering. Since that is so, I will take my leave first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I, Luo Jin, will definitely cooperate with Brother Yan Xiao. Luo Jin also had confidence in his heart when he saw Xiao Yan's heroic spirit soaring to the 9 heavens. Hence, he did not speak any further and directly opened his mouth to speak. "Oh, Brother Luo Jin, are you not going to take a look at the ancient wilderness city?" Xiao Yan was also surprised that Luo Jin did not go to the ancient city of savage desolation. Luo Jin smiled faintly and said, "I, Luo Jin, will naturally go and watch Brother Yan Xiao participate in the alchemist grand meeting. However, I currently have some trivial matters to attend to. Therefore, I cannot travel together with Brother Yan. However, I can guarantee you that I will definitely observe from the side when you go up on the stage." Xiao Yan laughed heartily when he heard this. He laughed out loud in a heroic manner. "Ha! In that case, I will wait for Brother Luo Jin's arrival at the ancient savage city. I also wish Brother Luo Jin a smooth journey and a safe return." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Xiao Yan cupped his fists towards Luo Jin and said, "Brother Luo Jin, will meet again. Brother Yan Xiao, will meet again." Xiao Yan's body swiftly flew through the clouds. He flew to the nearest city. "Old Gu, what do you think the thing that Luo Jin used the other day is called? It can actually forcefully teleport someone tens of thousands of miles away. Could it be a teleportation formation?" Gu Yu laughed out loud upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Clearly, he had been seriously hurt by Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan laughed in a silly manner like a curious child. His face was filled with confusion as he waited for Gu Yu's reply. It was a long while later before Gu Yu slowly suppressed the laughter in his heart. He let out a long sigh and laughed. "I'm afraid that you are the only ignorant person in the Yuanwu continent. Ha! Teleportation formation. Given that brat's background, why would he use something as small as a teleportation formation?" Oh? Gu Yu's words caused Xiao Yan to have a new opinion of Luo Jin. Luo Jin actually had an extraordinary background. Do you think that everyone in the Yuanwu continent can become a half-true emperor at your age? Do you really think that half-true emperors are weak cabbages? Gu Yu seemed to have anticipated Xiao Yan's inner thoughts. He changed the topic and mentioned Luo Jin's strength. These words caused Xiao Yan to feel a little confused. I'm afraid that kid is just from the central region to train. In the southern region, only the few super forces in the southern region have such a strong background. Don't even think about it. Moreover, what he used that day was not a teleportation formation. You should know that teleportation formations that can teleport people tens of thousands of miles away are fixed and cannot be carried around. Before Xiao Yan could ask any further, Gu Yu quickly added, "That brat used that brat." What that brat used was a boundary-breaking bead, which was condensed by an source venerate with the power of space. It can forcibly break through the void and allow one to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Any force with a source venerate will definitely prepare a few for their juniors. Of course, this boundary-breaking bead can't be condensed at will. Even source venerables only have a 1/3 success rate. Moreover, even if one successfully condenses it, it will consume a great amount of energy. Usually, one will need to rest for a few months before they can fully recover. Hence, unless it is a faction with a strong foundation, even if they have an origin venerate, it is very rare for them to refine such an item. After all, no one can guarantee that other factions will not take advantage of their weakness to destroy them. Hence, the production of this boundary-breaking pearl is pitifully low, causing it to be in high demand in the Yuanwu continent. Since that brat was able to easily take it out, it means that the faction he belongs to does not only have one origin venerate. Xiao Yan understood everything after Gu Yu spoke. Luo Jin's identity was likely extraordinary. It was no wonder that he dared to come here alone to face the cloud-splitting wolf. Xiao Yan's body, which was moving forward, paused. He turned his head and looked at the deep regions of the endless mountain range. There was a spacious dark region at that spot that existed independently of the world. Even the world had difficulty erasing it. That was what was left behind after the angry Buddha lotus flame had completely exploded. The entire area had been forcefully devoured by the power that had erupted from the angry Buddha lotus flame, causing it to completely disappear from this world. As for the endless darkness, it would take at least half a year for it to be completely wiped out. It seems that the angry Buddha lotus flame cannot be casually used in the future. Otherwise, it might really attract the experts of the continent. At that time, I'm afraid that a great deal of trouble will come. Xiao Yan was also extremely shocked in the face of this eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame after the battle. He did not expect that a man-class Do technique was actually able to unleash such a powerful strength. Even he, the one who controlled it, had difficulty controlling it. Alright, the reason why it is so powerful is because your 3 heavenly flames are too heaven-defying. Additionally, it is naturally difficult for the old me to restrain it. Xiao Yan nodded. He was naturally aware of this. The purifying demonic lotus flame, the nihility devouring flame, and the D-flame. There was naturally no heavenly flame in this world that was stronger than them. The angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from 3 heaven-defying items and a monstrous heavenly flame was likely impossible to suppress even if one wanted to. Xiao Yan once again sighed emotionally in his heart. He did not remain any longer. His body moved and he swiftly flew in the direction of the ancient savage city. Chapter 83. Within the endless stream of people, Xiao Yan's body swam from person to person. His gentle turns caused the people around him to be unable to touch his body. Occasionally, there would be some cheat codes that would covet Xiao Yan's body. However, they would be suppressed by Xiao Yan with just a thought. Xiao Yan rarely experienced such a bustling city. Training all day long caused Xiao Yan to feel the loneliness of being in the city all by himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised his head and discovered that there were waves of flame energy surging not far in front of him. A trace of interest involuntarily rose in his heart. The corner of his mouth curled as he gently walked over. Although Xiao Yan's actions might appear slow, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that each step he took would allow him to advance dozens of feet in an invisible manner. The distance of a few streets was covered in the blink of an eye. As he approached, the noise from the crowd revealed some information. Hey, Mu Ling actually wants to compete with young Master Su in alchemy. He is really foolish. Who in Yanluo City does not know that young Master Su is the #1 alchemist in 100 years? This fellow actually wants to compete with young Master Su. He really doesn't know his limits. A strong man from the crowd looked at a skinny man in the middle of the stage. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. Once the words from his mouth were emitted, everyone present began to echo his words. This endless mockery caused the face of the man in the arena to turn green. His face was filled with unwillingness as he viciously stared at the young man wearing embroidered clothes opposite him. His face was pale and the corner of his mouth carried a mocking smile. If looks could kill, it was likely that the fellow opposite him would have already died a countless number of times under his eyes. Hee. How about it? Do you dare to fight with me? As long as you defeat me, you can take away the glazed essence today. I will also pay for it. Su Zhen was completely unconcerned about Mu Ling's devouring gaze. All he did was to coldly laugh as he spoke. Mu Ling, on the other hand, felt a fury rush to his head when he heard this. The gaze he used to stare at Su Zhen almost spat fire. However, the fury in Mu Ling's heart was extinguished when the aura from Su Zhen's body surged, and the pressure that belonged to a Dozong was revealed. In front of a Dozong, his strength at the peak of the Do Huang class was nothing. A Dozong was indeed too strong. When the onlookers felt Su Zhen's aura, they immediately stood up. Young Master Su has advanced to the Dozong class. Congratulations, young Master Su, for advancing to the Dozong class. Congratulations, young Master Su, for advancing to the Dozong class. All of a sudden, the already noisy arena became even more heated up like a pot of boiling oil. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression as he stood in front of the 1-meter-tall stone stage. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint smile as he looked at Mu Ling in the arena. With Xiao Yan's strength, he was naturally able to tell that Mu Ling's spiritual strength was not the least bit inferior to Su Zhen's. If the two of them were to really fight, it was hard to say just who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth grew even wider. There was an additional approval in his eyes as he looked at Mu Ling. While Su Zhen was accepting the worship of everyone, Mu Ling's voice that was filled with determination was suddenly emitted. Su Zhen, I want to challenge you. We will compete in alchemy on the Skystone stage. The winner will take away the glazed essence. Moreover, the loser will pay for the glazed essence. The content of the competition will be to see who can refine a medicinal pill with better medicinal properties. Su Zhen's dark and cold face disappeared. What replaced it was a friendly expression. The former extended his hand and made an inviting gesture as he smiled warmly. All right, since Brother Mu Ling has agreed, everyone present here will bear witness. Today I, Su Zhen, will compete with Mu Ling in terms of alchemy skills. In order to prevent any denial, everyone present here will be the judges for today's match. Everything will be decided by you. After Su Zhen's words left his mouth, the crowd once again went into a commotion. Various words flew out and all of them were mocking Mu Ling. Ha 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 ha. Mu Ling. Oh Mu Ling, you really don't know what's good for you. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will waste young Master Su's training time and embarrass yourself. At that time, you will be so embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. That's right, that's right. Mu Ling, quickly kneel down and admit defeat. If young Master Su is happy, he might really bestow the glazed essence to you. Ha ha. All sorts of insults and mockery were transmitted into Mu Ling's ears from all around, causing his expression to darken. He slowly clenched his fists. Creaking sounds were emitted from between his fingers, revealing his current state of mind. These people are actually so mean. Back then, when my Mu clan was the #1 clan in Yanluo City, they actually had the guts to mock the Mu clan. Which one of them did not have a fawning expression on their faces? Now that a scoundrel is in power and the Mu clan has fallen, these people instantly turned against us. The human heart is truly fickle. Below the stage, Xiao Yan had a reminiscing expression on his face as he looked at Mu Ling in the arena. In the latter, Xiao Yan saw himself from back then. The feeling that Mu Ling gave him was very familiar. On the stone arena in the arena, Mu Ling waved his sleeves. Soon after, a ray of light flashed in front of him. Above Mu Ling's head, a 1-meter-tall, 3-legged golden cicada cauldron suddenly smashed down in front of him. When Su Zhen saw this, he coldly chuckled. Evidently, he did not think much of Mu Ling cauldron. Come, fallen river god cauldron. Similarly, Su Zhen waved his sleeves and an azure ray of light flashed in front of him. Soon after, a medicinal cauldron that was even more powerful than the 3-legged golden cicada cauldron suddenly smashed down in front of Su Zhen. The medicinal cauldron's might shook the heavens. Once it landed, it shattered the stone arena into ruins. With the exception of Xiao Yan, everyone hurriedly retreated to the rooftops of other buildings to observe the divine cauldron. After the dust cloud dissipated, Xiao Yan's eyes landed on the fallen river divine cauldron. Xiao Yan stared at the huge cauldron with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. Others might not recognize this medicinal cauldron, but based on his knowledge of the heavenly cauldron ranking, if he was not mistaken, this medicinal cauldron was the Luotian divine cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Although it is a little damaged, this can be considered a pleasant surprise. Haha! Under Xiao Yan's inspection, the interior of the Luotian divine cauldron was severely damaged. It was no wonder that these people had called it the wrong cauldron. While Xiao Yan was paying attention to the medicinal cauldron, the onlookers had noticed Xiao Yan. This person was the only one who did not leave the arena after the stone arena was destroyed. This person is most likely a fool. He actually dares to stay there. Is he trying to attract attention? Ha 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 ha. When they saw Xiao Yan standing in the arena, the onlookers began to mock him. As for Su Zhen, he sneered as he glanced at Xiao Yan. He did not pay much attention to Xiao Yan's existence. When Mu Ling saw the divine cauldron, a solemn feeling rose in his heart. A medicinal cauldron was an indispensable item for an alchemist. It was also an extremely important item in the alchemy process. The quality of a medicinal cauldron largely determined the quality of the elixir. A good medicinal cauldron could indirectly increase the success rate and even enhance the medicinal properties of the elixir. Therefore, when the divine cauldron appeared in the arena, Mu Ling suddenly felt a wave of pressure assaulting his heart. TSK, 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 TSK. Since the cauldron has been revealed, let's begin. Mu Ling, let me see how capable a grade 6 high-grade alchemist like you is. Chapter 84. Su Zhen slammed his palm on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He once again waved his sleeve and hundreds of colorful rays of light shot out. They rotated in the air before being thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Golden gilt flame rise? With a low cry, Su Zhen's palm violently slammed into the fire outlet. Immediately, a dazzling golden light filled the sky. The hot flame strength also instantly swept over the space around everyone. The air instantly became dry and hot. Breathing in caused one's throat to become unusually dry. It was as though all the water in the world had been sucked dry. The golden light scattered and a cluster of flickering glass-like golden flames fiercely burned within the medicinal cauldron. The fierce flame spat out from the cauldron and shot to the sky. That aura was just like that of a king overlooking the world. This is the strength of young Master Su's golden gilt flame? He is indeed worthy of being an elite dozong. Just by revealing his aura, he is actually able to display such strength. It is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, quite a number of people revealed surprised expressions. Their expressions were filled with envy as they looked at the golden gilt flame within the cauldron. Their tone also contained quite a lot of flattery. That's right, that's right. This golden gilt flame is extraordinary. It is rumored that it is a flame that was born within the body of a rank 7 magical beast, the golden gilt beast. Its ability is extraordinary and it possesses a high temperature that can burn the world. It is incomparably terrifying. Adding the body of the golden gilt beast, this golden gilt beast can be said to be invincible among rank 7 magical beasts. This person's words had just sounded when a cold laugh was quickly emitted before everyone's expression could change. TSH. All of you only know that the golden gilt beast's strength is monstrous and can be said to be an invincible existence among rank 7 magical beasts. However, you do not know that the golden gilt flame in young Master Su's hand was obtained from the body of an adult golden gilt beast that young Master Su had personally killed. Therefore, the legend of the golden gilt beast being invincible among those of the same class is merely a joke. No matter how strong a fellow is, in front of our young Master Su, hey, to speak the truth, one must lie down if one is a tiger and curl up if one is a dragon. Another uproar was stirred when these words were uttered. Looking at Su Jin's strength, he had only just broken through to the Dozong class. However, this golden gilt flame had accompanied Su Jin for many years. It was really unexpected that Su Jin had personally killed a rank 7 magical beast before he had become a Dozong. This battle result could be considered frightening. Unfortunately, while everyone was shocked by these words, they did not notice that the clan emblem of the Yanluo city's Su clan was surprisingly embroidered on the chest of his robes. While everyone below the stage was discussing in amazement, Su Jin, who was in the middle of the stage, had a mocking smile on his face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. What a bunch of idiots! How could they believe such words? They are really stupid. Golden gilt beast, not to mention me back then. Even the current me would have to think twice before dealing with a cub, let alone an adult magical beast. What a bunch of idiots! Su Jin laughed coldly in his heart. He once again turned his gaze to Mu Ling. The expression on his face suddenly became warm. However, there was no need to mention the reason behind this expression. Brother Mu, may I know what kind of flame your flame is? It might be a divine flame that will shock everyone. Ha ha! Mu Ling stared intently at Su Jin. His expression suddenly became violent. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a playful smile as he laughed. Although it is not some natural heavenly flame, it should be sufficient to fight with you. Mu Ling extended his hand and beckoned as he spoke. His eyes stared into Su Jin's eyes as a low cry was suddenly emitted. Green flame, mysterious flame, rise! A cluster of green flame suddenly rose in the air in front of Mu Ling following this low cry. A water vapor immediately rose in the air the moment the flame appeared. Although it was called water vapor, the high temperature contained within it caused one to feel that one's body was incomparably hot after inhaling a breath. It was as though one's body would be incinerated. This flame was actually able to turn everything in the world into one's own use. This scene was the complete opposite of Su Jin's golden gilt flame. One had an extremely terrifying temperature that could evaporate everything and injure one's physical body. The other was able to use the water vapor in the world as one's own weapon. It could directly attack one's weakest internal organs and injure one's foundation. Bang! Mu Ling suddenly extended his hand and inserted it into the green-colored flame in front of him. He immediately clenched his hand and held it in his hand. Without waiting for anyone to react, Mu Ling's hand suddenly waved violently. The green-colored flame turned into a long flame whip. As Mu Ling continued to swing it, it soared into the sky. The green-colored flame flew in the air. The green light on it was faintly discernible. If one did not observe it carefully, one would not be able to tell that there was a flame in this place. Although the green-colored flame appeared ordinary, it was extremely powerful. If a person with a low cultivation level were to glance at it, his heart would heat up and his do qi would become violent. If it was serious, he would immediately be set on fire. From this, one could tell just how powerful this green-colored flame was. However, some people with sharp eyes immediately reacted when they saw the hot air being burned. This flame was the legendary Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is actually the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It's the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is a powerful existence that is second only to a heavenly flame. I did not expect that Mu Ling would be lucky enough to obtain it. The heavens are really unfair. The moment this voice came out, the expressions of everyone present were instantly startled. The crowd that had yet to quiet down once again began to exclaim in succession. Voices that carried a hint of shock rang out one after another. Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It really is the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It is a terrifying existence that is second only to a heavenly flame. However, within the crowd, there were also people who blindly worshipped Su Jun. Even at this moment, they were doing their best to suppress the shock in their hearts and refute those who believed that this was the green flame, mysterious flame. Hey, do you think it is possible? How can an existence like the green flame, mysterious flame be something that Mu Ling can obtain? This is most likely a smokescreen by this brat. He wants to use this to destroy young Master Su's confidence. This person is really scheming. And now that the Mu clan has fallen, what else can they not do? I don't think so. If it is a smokescreen, it is impossible for this scene to appear. Humph. Whether it is real or fake, we will know when we see it. Immediately, the originally noisy crowd became even more fanatical. The allure of the green flame, mysterious flame, was indeed extraordinary. Just the title of the number 1 flame below the heavenly flame was already sufficient to cause this group of people to go completely crazy. Xiao Yan also gently smiled at this scene. This flame had indeed aroused a trace of interest in his heart. The combination of blazing and gentle water was somewhat similar to the bone-chilling flame. Although it was not on the heavenly flame ranking, it was indeed pretty good. Mu Ling's expression changed. Originally, he did not want to do this. However, since Su Jun had repeatedly mocked and ridiculed him today, he had no choice but to take out his true trump card now. Ha! With a stern shout, the green flame that hovered above Mu Ling's head suddenly brightened. A heroic aura that looked down on the world suddenly soared into the sky. The moment this aura spread out, the golden gilt flame, which had a heaven-defying might a moment ago, instantly became sluggish. It was as if a commoner had seen their king, swaying unsteadily. At this moment, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's body was also a little stirred. As a heavenly flame, how could a heavenly flame allow another flame to lord over it? Xiao Yan was naturally helpless. With a thought, he suppressed the heavenly flame and continued to look at the two of them. When the scene of the golden gilt fire was reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the faces of those who were still doubting Mu Ling instantly turned into shock. Their eyes were filled with endless greed as they looked at Mu Ling. Su Jun also looked at Mu Ling in astonishment. There was an indescribable iciness in his eyes. Very evidently, Su Jun was rather displeased that Mu Ling had suppressed him in this matter. However, immediately after, Su Jun laughed heartily and said, "I have really underestimated Brother Mu. I did not expect Brother Mu to actually possess such a heavenly flame. Since that is the case, let us raise the stakes today. If either of us loses, we will have to hand over our flame. Of course, I know that Brother Mu's green flame, profound flame, is precious and my golden gilt flame cannot be compared to it. Therefore, I will use something of the same value to add this golden gilt flame to Brother Mu's wager. Otherwise, I will be letting down this heavenly flame." At the end of his words, there was an additional hint of greed in Su Jun's tone. When Mu Ling saw this, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to refute, Su Jun directly opened his mouth and blocked the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Brother Mu, don't say that you are afraid of my suggestion. If that is the case, I will treat it as you taking the initiative to forfeit and admit defeat." "You!" When Mu Ling heard this, his heart was naturally filled with anger. This Su Jun had obstructed him time and time again today. This was truly infuriating. However, Su Jun completely ignored him. After he finished speaking, he placed all his attention on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Previously, because Su Jun was only warming up the cauldron, he had not started to extract the medicinal essence. Now that he had started, many people's gazes immediately turned towards him. Just as Su Jun was feeling pleased with himself, Mu Ling's hands formed a seal and spiritual energy spread out. At the same time, the medicinal cauldron in front of him glowed brightly. Mu Ling's hand patted the body of the cauldron and the lid of the cauldron opened. Mu Ling waved his hand and brilliant lights filled the air. Hundreds of medicinal herbs floated in the air. Each of them emitted an extremely rich medicinal fragrance that spread for thousands of miles. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary items. The pupils of the crowd below shrunk and they could not take their eyes off them. This was because they were fortunate enough to have seen these elixirs before. All of them were extremely expensive items. However, why were these elixirs in the hands of this trash? Humph! Deliberately mystifying things. Su Zhen furrowed his eyebrows. His limelight in front of the crowd was once again stolen, causing him to feel a wave of displeasure. First impressions were the strongest. He had never placed Mu Ling in his eyes. Therefore, he could only assume that Mu Ling was just putting on a show. Even so, Su Zhen was not willing to be at a disadvantage. Soon after, his hands changed. In an instant, a tyrannical spiritual energy erupted from his hands and swept towards the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron. As the saying goes, the connoisseur looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. Although no one in the crowd cared about the Tao of alchemy, just by looking at this momentum, it still caused people to feel extremely excited. With regards to the competition between the two, Xiao Yan was naturally not interested. However, Mu Ling's character was quite to his liking. Therefore, he had been waiting in his heart to watch. As the refinement began, the two medicinal cauldrons were filled with various kinds of medicinal essence. Some were viscous liquids while some were powdered. The competition between the two could finally be considered to have officially begun. A day quietly passed by. Batches of onlookers had been replaced by batches. However, the medicinal pills were still in the process of being refined. From the looks of it, it would take quite some time for the two to successfully refine the medicinal pills. Among these people, there were also some who discovered that although the spectators in the periphery were continuously moving about, there was a black-clothed figure standing straight in the middle of the arena without the slightest change. Only he was still observing the two of them refining medicine. It was as though he was startled and engrossed in it. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the embryonic medicinal pill within Su Zhen's medicinal cauldron. A tinge of astonishment involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Although Su Zhen was not a good person, his strength was indeed not bad. After feeling slightly astonished in his heart, Xiao Yan once again turned his gaze towards Mu Ling. A glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. One is a Tier 7 Great Cyclic Pill and the other is a Tier 7 Poria Pill. Both of them are top-grade healing medicinal pills among the Tier 7 medicinal pills. However, the refining method of the Great Cyclic Pill is one that is easier to control. Su Zhen also knows how to choose. In this way, his chances of successfully refining it is higher than Mu Ling's. In terms of medicinal strength, the Poria Pill refined by Mu Ling is indeed superior to the Great Cyclic Pill. However, the difficulty of refining it far exceeds that of the Great Cyclic Pill. It is really uncertain if Mu Ling will be able to defeat Su Zhen. Time flew by. 5 days later, the medicinal cauldron, which had not changed since the beginning, suddenly emitted a strange fragrance. This fragrance was the fragrance of a pill. Once this pill fragrance spread, the entire Yanluo city instantly became lively. This is the fragrance of a pill. This is the pill fragrance that can only be formed by a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Only a Tier 7 medicinal pill can be formed. The denser the pill fragrance, the stronger the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill. Looking at this pill fragrance, this medicinal pill is definitely a top-grade medicinal pill among the Tier 7 medicinal pills. As the pill fragrance spread, everyone was once again attracted by the medicinal pill competition from 5 days ago. There were also people among them who shouted loudly. From the looks of it now, the outcome of this medicinal pill competition is about to be revealed. If anyone were to go now and satisfy young Master Su, they might even be able to obtain a Tier 7 medicinal pill that he will personally bestow upon them. Once these words were uttered, everyone was encouraged. A Tier 7 medicinal pill was a divine pill that they did not even dare to dream of. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain it for free, everyone would naturally not let it go so easily. Immediately, a large group of people swiftly rushed toward the arena where Xiao Yan was located. In just a moment, the arena, which was still empty an hour ago, was immediately covered by countless number of people. The sky and the ground were completely surrounded until not even a drop of water could pass through. Even the elite Dohuangs were like cabbages that filled the sky at this moment. Immediately, There were people who noticed Xiao Yan, who was standing between Mu Ling and Xiao Yan. Once they saw Xiao Yan, the turbulent human flow let out a cold snort. There was even a secondary Do Huang who opened his mouth and cried out, "Where did this brat come from? Doesn't he know that young Master Su is refining a pill? All of us are standing outside the arena in accordance with the rules. What right do you have to stand in the middle? Get out here and don't disturb young Master Su's pill refinement." Before his rough voice sounded, that Do Huang had already moved and grabbed at Xiao Yan. He did not wish for the Tier 7 medicinal pill that he had bitterly waited for to fall into the hands of others. At this moment, when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually standing between the two of them, a scheme immediately appeared in his heart. At this moment, he had moved to grab Xiao Yan. Firstly, he wanted to show off in front of Sujin. Secondly, he wanted to establish his might and let everyone see his strength. From there, he would be able to stand in a safe place. His body moved and a powerful aura at the peak of the Do Huang class suddenly swept out, causing the countless number of people to tremble. It was unexpected that this person's strength was actually this frightening. It was likely that they would not have a chance. This thought had just surfaced in everyone's hearts when a cold snort that carried an unparalleled pressure was suddenly transmitted over. "Humph! You are merely at the peak of the Do Huang class, yet you actually dare to be this bold. Get lost. There is no place for you in this place today." As this cold snort was emitted, the Do Huang, who was charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, suddenly flew out from the air like a cannonball that had been shot. Everyone present was once again shocked. The person who had come was actually an elite Do Zong. Before everyone could react, that voice once again turned toward Xiao Yan. The calm old voice contained an overbearing feeling that could not be defied. "Brat, the old me has saved your life just now and can be considered to have done you a favor. The old me does not need you to repay anything. You should leave on your own. This place is not suitable for you." Everyone present instantly reacted when these words were uttered. This old man was actually relying on his seniority to directly chase someone away. In an instant, everyone present sighed at this old man. He's already a senior, yet he's still so shameless. He's really living like a dog. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. His tone was indifferent as he replied, "You saved me? Cuckoo. Did I ask you to save me? You are merely meddling in other people's business." Bang! Everyone present was immediately startled when these words were uttered. Did this brat not know that the person he was facing was a true elite Dozong? The fury within the elite Dozong's heart soared when he heard this. Xiao Yan's rude words caused him to feel a wave of humiliation in his heart. Even though this was the case, he was not stupid in his heart. His tone was soft and deep as he asked Xiao Yan, "May I know which elder of the Su clan descendant you are?" The old me was once on good terms with a couple of elders of the Su clan. The old me might even be acquainted with your elder. Xiao Yan smiled. The ridicule on his face gradually became denser as he replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, I am not a member of the Su clan. Additionally, you do not have the qualification to be acquainted with my elder." Bang! Before Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the powerful pressure that belonged to an elite Dozong pressed toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan acted as though it was nothing. His body still did not move. His gaze continued to look at the medicinal pill that was about to be finished within Mu Ling's medicinal cauldron. His expression was calm. "Huh?" the old man softly acknowledged. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. He let out a cold snort and opened his mouth to let out a cold cry. "Bold young fellow, pretending to be mysterious. Come over here. Today, the old me will represent your elder to properly teach you a lesson. I will let you know how to face your elder." Before his voice sounded, the old man's body suddenly appeared in midair. His body flashed and he had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His steel-like hand was extended and grabbed toward Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan's face was covered in blood. At this moment, a coldness was revealed on Xiao Yan's indifferent face. A somewhat icy calm voice was once again emitted. I have said that you are not qualified to be acquainted with my elder and represent them. You are even less qualified. Bang! These words had just sounded when that elite Dozong suddenly burst apart, transforming into nothingness. Even his blood did not remain. In an instant, the entire place was silent. Even Su Zhen and Mu Ling, who had placed all their attention into the medicinal cauldron, felt their hearts tremble. The Do Qi within their bodies instantly became sluggish. Their entire bodies paused for a moment at this moment. The gazes that they used to look at Xiao Yan were replaced by fear. Chapter 85. In an instant, the entire place was silent. The entire place was silent. Everyone's hearts were repeatedly replaying the scene from earlier. An elite Dozong had suddenly exploded in front of this young man. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. Just what kind of frightening strength did this young man possess? To be able to kill an elite Dozong with a thought, this kind of strength was likely at the peak of the Dozong class at the very least. This young elite Dozong class had actually stood in front of their eyes for 5 days and was even mocked by them. At this moment, everyone involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of this. This was especially true for Su Zhen and Mu Ling. Xiao Yan had been standing in this place for the past few days. If he had any thoughts, it was likely that the both of them would have already turned into 2 corpses. Su Zhen was a little better. His Su clan was able to dominate Yanluo City because it naturally possessed a great foundation. Although they did not have any elite Doshangs, they did have a couple of elite Dozuns. Forget about Xiao Yan, who only had the strength of a peak Dozong. Even a 5-star Dozun would have to lower his head in Yanluo City. As for Mu Ling, if he did not have the help of an expert, it was likely that he would not be able to block even one attack from Xiao Yan. Forget about Xiao Yan not knowing the thoughts of the 2 of them. Even if he knew, it was likely that he would not be too concerned. The current Xiao Yan did not care about such small characters. He tilted his head and randomly swept his eyes over the many cultivators behind him, after which he turned his gaze to Su Zhen and Mu Ling. Although Xiao Yan did not intend to do so, the hearts of the countless number of cultivators were startled. Under that gaze, they were so frightened that their legs became weak. Waves of fear surged into their hearts. Immediately, many cultivators swiftly fled while wearing terrified faces. It was as though they were afraid that Xiao Yan would turn around and attack them. Of course, there was no lack of astute people among this endless number of cultivators. Xiao Yan's eyes did not contain the slightest killing intent. Why would he attack them? Perhaps this young man felt that it was beneath him to kill low-class cultivators like them. A portion of the people's bright eyes took a deep look at Xiao Yan. Soon after, they shut their mouths and did not say anything. Their cold eyes looked at the crowd that was fleeing in a panic. At this moment, these people, who originally had such thoughts, had already suppressed the greed in their hearts. The Do Huangs and Do Wangs in the sky had also landed. In front of an elite Dozong, even though they were renowned elite Do Huangs in the outside world, at this moment, they were as lowly as an ordinary person. Do Huang would never be able to truly break through before the Dozong class. At this moment, some people in the crowd recalled the words that a certain someone had said earlier. Young Master Su once killed an adult rank 7 golden Lu beast with the strength of a Do Huang. This kind of battle result could indeed be called a legend to the crowd earlier. However, when they thought about it now, they felt that it was extremely laughable. A rank 7 adult golden Lu beast's strength was at least equivalent to a human 7-star Dozong. How could Su Zhen possess such strength? When they thought about the expression of that person when he spoke, that respectful expression, it was likely that one would be able to guess that this person should be a soldier of the Su clan. Why? Do the 2 of you not plan to continue? We have already reached the final stage of the pill nurturing process. Let's finish the refinement in one go. Just as everyone was absent-minded, Xiao Yan's calm voice once again spread out, causing Su Zhen and Mu Ling's expressions to abruptly turn around. They had nearly forgotten that Xiao Yan still existed beside them. The 2 of them cautiously looked at Xiao Yan. They completely ignored the flame that was about to be extinguished in the medicinal cauldron. After all, it was likely that no one would be able to do anything properly when there was a person beside them who could easily kill them at any time. Xiao Yan was naturally incomparably clear about this matter. He laughed and said. He chuckled and said, "What happened earlier was merely a small interlude. The two of you can continue. Of course, I will not disturb your pill refinement process, nor will I covet your medicinal pills. I will just randomly take a look." Mu Ling's anxious expression became a little more relaxed when he heard this. He did not hesitate any longer as his spiritual strength instantly poured out. The strength of the green flame, mysterious flame, suddenly soared. However, it was steadily controlled by Mu Ling at an extremely suitable temperature as he continued the final step of the medicinal pill refinement process. Su Zhan, on the other hand, gave Xiao Yan a deep look before he once again placed his mind on the medicinal cauldron from before. However, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in the space beside him. Looking at the thickness of his aura, his strength had actually reached the level of a 3-star dozun. Xiao Yan did not even look at this. He simply minded his own business and watched the two people in the arena finish up the match. Xiao Yan's indifference did not mean that the surrounding people were also indifferent. Numerous surprised voices sounded from the crowd the moment the old man appeared. "Quickly look. That old man beside young Master Su. Isn't that the 5th elder of the Su clan? His strength has reached the terrifying 3-star dozun class. The outside world calls him Su Pei from the hand of hell." "What? It is actually Elder Su Pei. Didn't he go missing 2 years ago?" "Heh, he's just missing because we can't see him. It's not like he's dead. Didn't you see Elder Su Pei guarding young Master Su? It seems like Elder Su Pei has been secretly protecting young Master Su for the past 2 years. TSK. Back then, Elder Su Pei possessed the strength to cross 3 classes. With the strength of a 2-star dozun, he had forcefully killed a 5-star dozun. This allowed him to have a place among all the elite dozuns in this southwestern region back then. That's right. From the looks of it, his aura is even denser than back then. It is likely that he has already broken through to a 3-star dozun. This brat actually dares to act so arrogantly in front of so many people today. Let's see if you will have a good time. Su Pei's pair of turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan while everyone was discussing with each other. It was as though he wanted to completely see through Xiao Yan. However, Su Pei's body trembled slightly in an instant. He frowned slightly and his eyes, which were originally staring intently at Xiao Yan, were involuntarily turned away. Earlier, when Su Pei was probing Xiao Yan, his eyes, which were staring at Xiao Yan, had become increasingly blurry for some unknown reason. There seemed to be a layer of dense fog covering Xiao Yan's body, causing him to be unable to see through him. The expression on his face changed slightly. However, when he once again looked at Xiao Yan, that feeling seemed to be present and undetectable. In short, everything about Xiao Yan gave him an indescribable, mysterious feeling. Su Pei's originally frown involuntarily deepened after this. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Yan. Just who is this person? Why is his aura so strange and indeterminate? What is his intention for coming to my Yanluo city? Xiao Yan's mysteriousness also caused a series of questions to involuntarily form in Su Pei's heart. For an old man of his level, it was already very difficult for anything to attract his attention. Currently, the only person he was truly concerned about was Su Zhan in front of him. Xiao Yan's appearance naturally caused him to have many questions in his heart. Amidst the silence, some fine lime powder also slid down from Su Pei's fingers under his sleeves. At the same time, deep within an important area of one of the wealthy families in Yanluo City, for pairs of turbid and sharp old eyes opened. All of this naturally could not escape Xiao Yan's eyes. However, to Xiao Yan, all of this was just SOSO. In his heart, he could not be bothered to pay too much attention to it. A small fry like this was unable to arouse any emotions in his heart. Of course, unless they were stubborn and insisted on doing something with Xiao Yan. Time flowed by minute by minute. Su Zhan and Mu Ling's foreheads were already covered with beads of sweat. Their clothes had long since become so drenched that water could be wrung out. The veins on their foreheads protruded and squirmed continuously. Their originally calm eyes had already turned scarlet red and their eyeballs were abnormally protruding. At this moment, the two of them had finally reached the point where they were like oil lamps that had run out of oil. Clang! Su Zhen's palm viciously slammed against the body of the cauldron, causing the lid of the cauldron to open. Golden flames abruptly soared into the sky, wrapping around a Longan-sized round medicinal pill. Soon after, Su Zhen caught it in his palm. He stretched his arm forward and slowly opened his palm. A rich medicinal fragrance spread out, causing one to feel incomparably comfortable after taking a breath. A thin layer of clear mist wrapped around a light green medicinal pill. Its lustrous glow allowed one to know that this medicinal pill was no ordinary item. Cough, cough. I have lived up to everyone's expectations. This young master has finally completed the refinement of a grade 7 middle grade great returning pill. Su Zhen coughed a few times as the corners of his mouth lifted into an arrogant smile. Today, he had once again proved that he, Su Zhen, was the unchanging number one in Yanluo City. Even Su Pei, who was beside him, looked at Su Zhen with his turbid old eyes, which were filled with gratification. Although the current Su Zhen was incomparably weak, how many people could refine a grade 7 medicinal pill as a grade 6 alchemist? The current Su Zhen was enough to be proud of himself. However, all of this was nothing in the eyes of Xiao Yan, who was standing to one side. Without looking at anything else, just the grade 7 great returning pill was already a pure failure in his eyes. The medicinal pill's luster was dull and lusterless, while its medicinal fragrance was ordinary and unremarkable. The medicinal power within the medicinal pill was also extremely mixed. Although it had been forcefully fused together, if it was really used, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. However, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to be a good person and punish him. Such a person would sooner or later suffer the consequences of deceiving the world. Why should he be in a hurry to act? Compared to Su Zhen, Mu Ling's situation was clearly much better. Although his entire body was clearly weaker than Su Zhen, the medicinal power of the medicinal pill within the cauldron was even more concentrated and could be said to be of the highest grade. Suddenly, Mu Ling's hands moved simultaneously. The seals in his hands changed and he took out the China root pill from the cauldron. Wait a little longer. Wait for another 5 breaths of time before taking it out. The China root pill's medicinal power will completely condense and become a complete pill. When Xiao Yan saw Mu Ling's hand movements, the corners of his mouth instantly curled. This brat was truly impatient. He actually gave up on the medicinal pill that was about to successfully condense. How could this make Xiao Yan feel lonely and speechless? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's heart moved. A complete pill was a way of saying that a medicinal pill had truly been successfully refined. An ordinary medicinal pill would only be a complete pill after being refined. For example, the great returning pill in Su Zhen's hands was a complete pill in everyone's eyes. A complete pill, on the other hand, was much better than a formed pill. Its medicinal strength would be a couple of times stronger than a formed pill. Its effect would also be shockingly strong. No wonder Mu Ling would have such a change after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Chapter 86. The seal in Mu Ling's hand quietly disappeared. His entire person seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. His spirit suddenly changed and the blood in his body seemed to have become excited. The crowd outside the arena had also heard Xiao Yan's words. Instantly, the cold and gloomy faces of the people who were suppressed by Xiao Yan's aura immediately became intense. They were completely different from before. Complete pill. The complete pill has actually appeared. I heard that having this complete pill is equivalent to having an extra life. Damn it. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me. The temptation of the complete pill had actually caused some people to go crazy. Their eyes were red as they stared at the medicine cauldron in front of Mu Ling. The robes on the surface of their bodies trembled unnaturally, and they assumed a posture as if they were ready to make a move at any time. At this moment, these people who lived on the edge of a knife all day finally could not resist the temptation of this complete pill. In their hearts, they had forgotten about the strength of their opponents and only had a desire for the treasure. Seeing this, Su Zhen's expression became gloomy the moment the words of the people around Xiao Yan sounded. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiao Yan. 5 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The seal between Mu Ling's hands changed and the lid of the medicine cauldron exploded following his hand seal. The green flame turned into a thick fire dragon that circled in the air and roared at the sky. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. The fire dragon held a green pill that was the size of a longan in its mouth, following which the fire dragon twisted its body and charged into the sky. The body of the pill emitted a green light in all directions. Together with the powerful aura of the fire dragon, it dazzled the world. At this moment, the group of crazy Do Wangs and Do Huangs also looked at the complete pill in the sky with eyes full of desire. Immediately, the Do Chi wings on their backs flapped and appeared. Then, their bodies moved and they rushed toward the fire dragon. Looking from afar, it was as if countless streams of light were flying into the sky. Seeing this, Mu Ling's pupils shrank and he was pleasantly surprised. Although he was pleasantly surprised that he could refine a complete pill, he also knew how difficult it was to refine a complete pill. So, how was the medicinal strength of the complete pill? As an alchemist, he was naturally extremely clear about it. Hence, he already had other plans in his heart on how to use this China root pill. However, at this moment, when he saw this group of people actually shamelessly swarming forward, he was naturally extremely anxious in his heart. He was very aggrieved and thought to himself, the medicinal pills I refined are instead going to become someone else's wedding dress. What a shitty world. Humph. Suddenly, a soft snort was emitted from an unknown place. The group of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, who had flown forward, were all forcefully sent flying by an invisible strength under this sound. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling subconsciously turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. He was not familiar with Xiao Yan, a stranger. Yet, this person had actually helped him. Why did he do so? Thinking about it in his heart, Mu Ling immediately seemed to have thought of something. The gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan also disappeared. All that was left was vigilance and fear. Although Xiao Yan only had the appearance of a young man, he had lived in the Do Chi continent for an unknown number of years and had seen many different kinds of people. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood Mu Ling's thoughts. After which, he laughed softly and said a sentence. You don't have to think so much. Your green flame Shen flame and complete pill can barely be considered as second-rate goods to me. You can rest assured. Hearing these words, Mu Ling's eyebrows twitched. He was about to vomit blood. Wasn't this person too arrogant? This was the first time he had seen someone look down on his green flame Shen flame and even said that it could barely be considered as second-rate goods. He really wanted to say, you're the best, you're the best. Hurry up and leave. However, as long as this person didn't have any intention of spying on him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, a friend came from afar. Shouldn't he treat him with respect? Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and those thick-skinned people in the sky? Brother, thank you very much. I'm a little ashamed of what happened just now. Mu Ling's apology made Xiao Yan have a better impression of him. A person's character wasn't something that could be boasted about. A small matter was enough to show it. At this moment, Mu Ling had given Xiao Yan a real reason to help him. Compared to Mu Ling, Su Zhen's expression was even gloomier. Once the complete pill was revealed, it announced that his position as the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in Yanluo City had changed hands. Moreover, the owner of this title was the ant that he had casually stomped to death some time ago. Now that the roles had been switched, how could he endure it? The key point was that this brat had said something funny. This made him, as his opponent, lose face. Hence, Su Zhen's anger grew. The fire dragon circled the sky once. Following the change of Mu Ling's hand seal, it flew down in a spiral. The huge body of the fire dragon broke through the defensive tower and slowly disappeared. In the end, a China root pill landed in Mu Ling's palm. As he felt the warmth in his palm, Mu Ling could clearly sense the incomparably powerful medicinal strength and life force within the elixir. It was as if all the deathly aura would vanish in front of it. The life force of this elixir had actually reached such a terrifying level. Mu Ling raised his hand and opened his palm, exposing the China root pellet to the countless passionate gazes, causing a wave of resentment to shoot into the depths of his heart. However, at this moment he was not afraid in his heart. A clear voice slowly came out from the former's mouth. This is a grade 7 complete pill, China root. Damn it. Let's fight. Charge. Brother, come and fight with me for the pill. Before the clear voice faded, countless people had already charged towards the pill in Mu Ling's hand with crazed and ferocious expressions. From the looks of it, it was as though they wanted to devour Mu Ling as well. At this moment, Su Zhen's venomous voice suddenly resounded throughout the sky. His voice was faint. These words were uttered by Su Zhen after a huge struggle in his heart. At the same time, he pointed his finger at Xiao Yan. My Su family will repay whoever can help me kill these two people. Furthermore, this China root pill will also belong to that person. Once these words that were filled with temptation spread out, the originally already present crowd became even more important than their lives. Looking at Su Zhen's ruthless manner, this heavy reward was definitely not something the latter was perfunctory about. If they were fortunate enough to become a guest elder of the Su family, such a position would be second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people in a radius of a few thousand miles. Moreover, they would be able to enjoy countless resources. How could they give up so easily just because he said so? In their eyes, young Master Su's favor was even greater than the favor of a prince of the Celestial Empire. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. It was impossible for them not to be moved. Therefore, when Su Zhen's voice sounded, this group of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, numbering at least 100 people, had already crazily charged towards Xiao Yan, and Mu Ling's expression changed slightly. He was also extremely fearful of this terrifying crowd. Su Zhen also coldly smiled as he looked at the two of them from the side. In his heart, he thought to himself, "You must be blind to provoke me. I am the young master of the Su family. Brat, so what if you're a Dozong? Looks like your life will end today after provoking this young master. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and standing on the wrong side." Compared to Su Zhen's vicious smile, Su Pei took a step forward and stood in front of Su Zhen. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan as an indescribable bad premonition arose in his heart. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless as he faced the crowd of lunatics. He did not like killing to begin with. Facing these people, he did not even have the heart to kill them. Perhaps this was the disdain of the strong towards the weak. Xiao Yan ignored the crazy crowd. Instead, he turned around and looked at Su Pei. Being stared at by Xiao Yan, the depths of Su Pei's heart suddenly shook. He quickly recovered, but the eyes with which he looked at Xiao Yan were filled with fear. "May I know who you are and where your teacher is from?" At this moment, even Su Pei, an elite Dozun, had an additional solemn feeling when he spoke to Xiao Yan. Ignoring Su Pei, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and violently swung a slap. In the next instant, the countless number of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, who were hundreds of feet away from Xiao Yan and Su Pei, were sent flying backwards with a bang. The houses in this area were also smashed into ruins by this group of experts who were sent flying backwards. Originally, I did not want to do anything. However, a younger generation like you has the intention to kill me. This is something that I do not like. So, what do you want to do? Su Pei's eyes narrowed. He stared intently at Xiao Yan. The tone of his voice had clearly changed. He knew that it was likely that a big battle would be unavoidable today. Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes randomly glanced in a certain direction. Only then did he speak in a faint voice. "It is not that I want to do anything. Instead, it is all of you. Since you wish to deal with me, why do you need to say any more nonsense? Just come at me directly." Su Pei's expression suddenly turned cold when he heard this. He let out a cold snort and his body shook. Do Qi surged out of his body as his right hand was suddenly clenched. Immediately, he swung it once again, transforming his fist into a claw that grabbed at Xiao Yan. "Brat, how arrogant. Receive this attack from the old me Yama hand." Xiao Yan's body did not move even a little in the face of this attack. His body stood to the side and an invisible aura that could support the sky quietly spread out, causing a wave of cold wind to whistle in this area. At this moment, Su Pei's attack had finally arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Yan's calm face, Su Pei let out a cold snort in his heart. He coldly laughed at Xiao Yan's arrogance and ignorance. The dou qi in his palm was even more agglomerated and its strength was even greater than before. However, in the next instant, Su Pei's body and the claw that was furiously grabbing at Xiao Yan stood horizontally in the air, unable to advance even an inch. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of Su Pei. Even he was powerless in front of this barrier. Ha! Explode for the old me. A thought passed through Su Pei's heart. He could not be bothered about his miserable appearance. The dou qi within his body gathered on his palm. In an instant, it had already transformed into an enormous light cluster with a radius of 10 feet. The light cluster appeared crystal clear, appearing just like an ice crystal pearl. Numerous thunderbolts flickered with a dazzling lightning glow outside of the light cluster, giving it an extraordinary aura. Ha! Rolling thunder bead. Agglomerate. The enormous light cluster swiftly weakened and gathered in Su Pei's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura within it also became increasingly thick and fierce. It was likely that even a 7-star Dozun would have difficulty enduring it if it were to erupt. Everyone outside of the arena could naturally tell that this attack of Su Pei's was extraordinary. They sensed the increasingly powerful aura within the light cluster. Everyone's bodies quickly pulled back until they reached the horizon. From this, one could tell just how powerful this light cluster was. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, still maintained a calm and indifferent manner in the face of this. It was as though all of this had nothing to do with him. Fifth brother, stop. Don't hurt yourself. Wait for me to exchange another 100 blows with this brat. Suddenly, an explosive cry was transmitted from the distant horizon. Soon after, a ray of light shot through the empty space in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, it flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. The powerful aura of an 8-star Dozun suddenly poured down as a fist furiously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Brat, where did you come from? You are actually this arrogant just because you possess a little strength. Today, allow the old me to see just where your courage comes from. Ha! Xiao Yan's face remained indifferent in the face of the old man's furious cry. He did not even glance at the fist that was furiously flying over. Xiao Yan gently lifted his hand in front of the disbelieving eyes of everyone in the city. His palm gently met the old man's fist. A fist and a palm quietly arrived. When the two collided, the world was silent. It was as if nothing had happened. The old man's wild and powerful attack was just like an ordinary old man's fist. It did not have any power to speak of. How is this possible? Just who exactly are you? The expression of the old man instantly changed. He could clearly sense that the moment his fist made contact with the palm of this young man in front of him, the dou qi within his body had already been completely sealed. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary old man. In fact, he was even weaker than an ordinary old man. This kind of situation could only mean that the strength of this young man in front of him had already reached the frightening level of being extraordinary. It was definitely not a frightening existence that he could contend with. Could it be that this young man had already reached that kind of level? The level of a true expert. Do Sheng. Xiao Yan naturally saw through the thoughts of the old man. He exerted a little force with his palm and pushed it forward. A bang sound appeared and the old man flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. Chapter 87. How bold of you! Die for the old me! Suddenly, a couple of explosive cries were transmitted from the sky. Soon after, 5 rays of light cut through the sky and charged towards Xiao Yan. Ha! Mysterious sky waterfall. Soon after, 5 powerful Dozun pressures came crushing towards Xiao Yan. The space around them became slightly distorted. This was the overbearingness of an elite Dozun. The eyes of one of the old men, who had reached the strength of a 7-star Dozun, emitted a glint. He appeared incomparably vicious. At the same time, the palms in front of his chest were opened and closed. Seals continued to appear on his palms. The dou qi within his body swiftly gathered above his head, transforming into an energy waterfall. With a low cry, it violently smashed towards Xiao Yan. The other 4 elite Dozuns had also poured their Do Chi into the energy waterfall, causing the waterfall's might to be even more shocking at this moment. Xiao Yan remained expressionless in the face of this. A mere Dozun. From the way he saw it, a Dozun was already considered an expert many years ago. Now, it was merely an ordinary person. Xiao Yan ignored the old man's Do Chi attack. His bright eyes looked at Su Zhen in an indifferent manner. His clear and bright voice was faintly emitted. See? Originally, I did not intend to do this. However, this group of elders of yours have insisted on attacking me because of those words of yours. You cannot blame me for this. Xiao Yan's indifferent tone caused Su Zhen's body to tremble. His entire face became as white as a sheet of paper. It was completely bloodless. It should be known that just a moment ago, his great-grandfather, who had reached the strength of an 8-star Dozun, had been defeated by this brat in one strike in front of his eyes. One could imagine that this brat's strength had likely reached the 9th change of a Dozun. Although Su Zhen thought in this manner in his heart, the expression on his face turned into a cold smile. He raised his hand and his palm turned into a fist. His thumb was lifted, after which he turned it downwards and made a disdainful gesture. The corners of Su Zhen's mouth curled into a ferocious smile, making his whole face look a little twisted and crazy. His eyes were also full of ruthlessness. He raised his head and sneered at Xiao Yan with his nose in the air. You actually dare to utter such big words even when death is imminent. You really don't know your limits. Even if you have injured my grandfather, you will still die even if you are an expert 9-change Dozun when faced with the full force attack of 5 high-class Dozuns. In the next moment, the old man who had used his Do skill on Xiao Yan also let out a cold laugh and shouted, Xiao Yan, kid, you're already at death's door now. Yet you actually dare to boast so shamelessly and act so arrogantly. You're truly courting death. Black Sky Waterfall. Destroy him for me. The large waterfall carried a frightening natural pressure as it violently struck towards Xiao Yan. The other 4 Dozun elders also stared at Xiao Yan with ruthless faces. Powerful Dozun auras poured out and heavily pressed towards Xiao Yan. Humph! Noisy! Just as the towering waterfall landed in the sky above Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his large sleeve. An invisible energy instantly swept over the entire place. The full force suppression of the 5 elite Dozuns appeared to be nothing as it was instantly broken through. It swept in all directions without pausing. Among them, there were also 5 skinny figures that seemed to be dead. At this moment, the surrounding people, who had already dodged to 1,000 feet away, finally woke up. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Xiao Yan. If I remember correctly, the elite Dozun who had charged towards the sky earlier should be the current strongest person in the Su clan. Su Zhen's grandfather is a genuine 8-star peak Dozun. He is only 1 step away from reaching the 9-star Dozun class. The crowd immediately turned into an uproar after this voice was emitted. Even an ultimate expert who was comparable to a 9-star Dozun was forced back by a single strike from that young man. Just how great was the strength of that young man? Since that old man is an 8-star Dozun, it is likely that the weakest of the 5 elite Dozuns who came after him is a 5-star Dozun. At this moment, the crowd was also extremely shocked by this frightening lineup today. Just a young man had attracted a total of 7 elite Dozuns. Even though this was the case, that young man was still able to forcefully suppress them. This ability really caused quite a number of people in the crowd to feel a fiery heat in their hearts. In one's life, by being able to achieve such an achievement at a young age, it was likely that one would be able to proudly face any kind of difficulty in the future. At this moment, Mu Ling was also using a shocked gaze to stare blankly at Xiao Yan. The muscles on his face seemed to have solidified. His mouth was also wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this person of the same age, who had inexplicably helped him, would actually possess such great strength. Even when the 5 elders of the Su clan attacked together, they were unable to last more than 1 round. Such strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Xiao Yan also revealed a calm and harmonious smile to Mu Ling. Only then did he break Mu Ling's stunned expression. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the crowd of observers in the distant sky, after which he turned his gaze towards Su Jin. His expression contained traces of coldness. At this moment, the expression on Su Jin's face had been replaced by an endless horror the moment the 5 elders were sent flying. At this moment, everything that the black-robed man before him had done today had completely crushed his arrogant heart. Just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, the space in front of Su Jin distorted and Su Pei's figure once again appeared. After his figure appeared, Su Pei flipped his hand and sent Su Jin flying with a palm strike. His own body borrowed the force from the blow and charged towards Xiao Yan. "Jin'er, hurry up and leave. Today, us old fellows might have to die here. Quickly leave this place and you must hide well. Do not come out if you do not have sufficient strength." As Su Jin's figure flew backwards, Su Pei's final words completely fell into Su Jin's ears. After hearing this, Su Jin finally truly understood just how terrifying the strength of the person Su Pei was about to face was. With regards to this, a trace of impatience rose in Xiao Yan's heart. He did not say that he was going to kill anyone, but these old fellows insisted on risking their lives time and time again. This really made him somewhat angry in his heart. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Pei's forward-charging body suddenly stilled. Soon after, Xiao Yan slammed his palm forward. A bang sound appeared and Su Pei had already turned into nothingness. Not even a trace of flesh was left behind. This scene was no different from that elite Dozong from earlier. Before Xiao Yan could act, another figure flashed and appeared in front of Su Jin, who had just stopped his body. From the looks of it, this figure was Su Jin's great-grandfather. "Humph! You are really going all out." Xiao Yan raised his hand. A palm was thrown through the air and smashed towards Su Jin's great-grandfather, that skinny old man who was merely an 8-star Dozun. However, a layer of ruthlessness covered the face of Su Jin's great-grandfather in the face of Xiao Yan's attack. He waved his hand and a jade scroll flashed and appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, his shriveled hand suddenly clenched. The jade scroll instantly exploded into dust that scattered in all directions. At the same time, Xiao Yan's palm was also violently swung downwards. An enormous invisible hand appeared in front of the skinny old man. It ruthlessly slammed towards the skinny old man. Bang! A wave of water wave-like energy ripples spread 10 feet in front of the skinny old man. A Do-Chi barrier also appeared and protected Su Jin and the old man within it. Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he saw this scene. His eyes were a little surprised as he looked at the Do-Chi barrier. This Do-Chi barrier was actually set up by a Bandi expert. Is it because of the Jade Scroll from earlier? Looks like this Su clan has some story. Chapter 88. Huh? It is unexpected that such a small clan actually has an elite Bandi protecting them. They are really extraordinary. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the skinny old man. His expression was still calm. It was as though he viewed the Bandi as nothing. Humph! Brat, you are really arrogant. Even though you are an elite Doshang, you are still just like an ant in front of a Bandi Zun. The corner of the skinny old man's mouth was lifted when he heard Xiao Yan's calm words. A cold smile was lifted before he emitted a cold snort. Clearly, he felt great disdain for Xiao Yan's ignorance. Xiao Yan involuntarily emitted a cold laugh in the face of the skinny old man's disdainful words. His hand, which had fallen, was once again lifted. He slammed it down towards the invisible barrier from a distance. This seemingly random attack caused the entire place to tremble. The space between Xiao Yan and the barrier was completely shattered into nothingness by this palm. The empty space shattered and an enormous strength that could support the sky suddenly appeared in front of the invisible barrier. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous hand that reached the sky. Before the skinny old man could react, the large hand that could support the sky had already collided with the barrier. The entire place shook in an instant. A deafening sonic boom swept over the place. A powerful air wave also swept in all directions from the middle of the collision. Its strength shook the entire place. Crack! An invisible clear sound appeared in the sky. Immediately, the skinny old man could clearly see that the invisible barrier in front of him had actually formed a tiny crack line at this moment. However, this was not the end. A crack line appeared. Within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible barrier had already cracked deeply. The entire barrier was filled with clear crack lines. Bang! A loud bang sounded. The invisible barrier suddenly burst apart under this sound. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from this place. The skinny old man's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. His skinny face also revealed a shocked expression. This young man in front of him was actually a half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan ignored the grandfather and grandson duo in front of him after the barrier was shattered. Instead, he turned his body and the dou qi in his body suddenly poured out and smashed toward the empty space beside his body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xiao Yan's figure shook and took a few steps back. However, the ground beneath his feet had already transformed into an enormous pit that was 300 meters wide. The strength of a half-martial emperor was actually this powerful. He had merely been knocked back a few steps, yet he had created such a huge crater. It was likely that even an all-out attack from a peak dozun would have difficulty creating such a large hole. The might of a single step possessed a strength that far exceeded the peak of the dozun class. An elite bandit was really this frightening. You're a half-martial emperor, yet you've resorted to such lowly methods. This goes against your status. Xiao Yan's body did not move. His body stood in the empty air. The corner of his mouth contained a cold smile as he spoke in a faint voice. Humph! The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You never care about the process. Why do you need to be so obsessed with your face? A black-purple robed figure appeared after Xiao Yan's words sounded. He stood 100 feet in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, a somewhat dry and hoarse mocking voice was emitted. Xiao Yan smiled. His face revealed a mocking expression as he coldly laughed. No wonder you have become like this. You have already become shameless. In front of Xiao Yan's eyes, half of that person's face appeared to have been splashed with sulfuric acid. It was unusually distorted and extremely frightening. These words of Xiao Yan had clearly struck a sore spot in this person's heart. The eyes that he used to look at Xiao Yan were even more ruthless. It was as though he wanted to bite Xiao Yan. His originally distorted face appeared even more frightening at this moment. However, suddenly, a burst of wild laughter was emitted from his mouth. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold and indifferent expression. Stinking brat, this old man has been in power for many years. There are many people who have insulted and ridiculed this old man like you. I'm afraid that there are at least a few hundred of them. Do you know what happened to those people who insulted and ridiculed this old man? Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile when he heard this. His tone was calm as he replied. They are all dead? The gaze that the old man used to look at Xiao Yan was even colder. A ferocious smile that caused one's heart to tremble appeared at the corner of his mouth. He mocked as he said, "That's right. They were all killed by this old man. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Moreover, among them, there were several people who had reached the half-emperor level like you." The crowd standing at the edge of the sky immediately stood up after the old man's words sounded. According to what the old man had said, he had once killed an extraordinary expert at the half-emperor level. Didn't this mean that his strength was at the very least at the half-emperor level? Looking at Xiao Yan again, the sneak attack from this half-emperor level expert had been easily dealt with by him. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yan's strength also be at the half-emperor level? In a single day, these wild cultivators, who spent their days on the edge of blades, had actually met two half-emperor level experts that they did not even dare to imagine. How could this not cause them to be shocked and moved? In merely an instant, the crowd that was about to erupt once again turned silent. The might of a half-emperor level expert was no joke. If any of them had really angered these two, it was likely that their seemingly large group would be turned into ashes with a single thought. At this point, the deterrence of a half-emperor level expert could be seen. No matter how wild and fearless a person was normally, they could only face a half-emperor with a fearful attitude. The suppression of a half-emperor level expert was not only limited to one's body, It was also true control over one's soul. In front of a half-emperor level expert, all one could feel was that all one's efforts would be a pile of bubbles. It was illusory and impossible. Today, the home ground of Yanluo City would definitely belong to these two people in front of them. Therefore, while the crowd was silent, all of them swiftly retreated. It should be known that even the aftershock of a half-emperor level expert's attack was completely enough to shatter them. Xiao Yan gently glanced at the rapidly retreating crowd. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Tilting his head to look at the old man with a distorted face, he smiled and said, "Since they have already opened up a space for us, shouldn't our battle begin?" The old man sneered. Below the distorted half of his face, there seemed to be countless worms squirming about. It was an exceptionally disgusting sight. "Brat, since you are in such a hurry to seek death, this old man shall lend you a hand today. Ye little brat, prepare to die." Before the old man's mocking voice could fade, the shriveled body wrapped in a purplish-black long robe suddenly jerked and charged towards Xiao Yan. Withered Poison Palm. Chapter 89. Withered Poison Palm. The old man with a distorted face moved and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Black and purple dou qi swiftly gathered in his palm. Light flickered within his old eyes as a palm ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was not the least bit afraid of this. The old man was merely a 5-star half-D. Even an 8-star half-DD splitting Cloud Wolf had been killed by him. What could this ugly old man do to him? With a flip of his hand, Xiao Yan's palm ruthlessly met the old man's palm head-on. Ancient God Seal. Even though it was a high-level D-class Do skill in the hands of a Ban Emperor expert, it was still extremely extraordinary and gave off a monstrous aura. The collision of the two caused the world to tremble. Even though there was such a great distance between them, some of the weaker cultivators still emitted a poochie sound and spat out a mouthful of blood from their bodies. Even the stronger ones involuntarily had a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of their mouths. Their faces had also instantly turned pale. A Ban Emperor expert was indeed worthy of being the true strongest in the Yuanwu continent. Even though there was a distance of 10,000 miles between them, it was as though there was nothing in their eyes. The palms of the two collided and separated upon contact. A wild and violent explosion spread from between the two. The powerful force caused many tiny cracks to appear in the surrounding space. It was as though the entire space would collapse in an instant with just a little more force. Octane Blast. Poison Finger. The two of them had just forced each other to take a step back when Xiao Yan and the old man in front of him once again moved. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the Octane Blast was unleashed. A flying kick swept toward the old man. The old man was not willing to be outdone. His shriveled hand instantly clenched into a fist. His finger carried a strength that could prop up the heavens as it ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Yan's flying kick. Although this old man appeared ferocious and his entire body was as skinny as firewood, he was even inferior to an ordinary old man. However, the aura all over his body contained a ferocious, overbearing strength that could shake the world. It did not match the appearance of his body at all. The old man's finger wasn't weak, but how could Xiao Yan's level 8 collapse be weak? Under the enhancement of the Octane Collapse, Xiao Yan's physical strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was just a competition of physical strength, then he probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he fought a half-martial emperor with the same strength. A finger and a leg, both carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, rapidly approached. Space, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally could not endure such a terrifying force. It exploded with a bang and turned into a pitch-black endless space. Boom! Xiao Yan's leg and the finger violently smashed together. The old man's expression changed first. He did not expect that the physical body of this brat in front of him was actually so incomparably strong. He actually found it somewhat difficult to endure this attack. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's strong and ferocious strength was revealed after the two powerful dou qis canceled each other out. His powerful physical strength allowed him to be in an invincible position. No matter how strong the old man in front of him was, he was unable to hurt Xiao Yan at all. Humph, brat, Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have some strength. Just relying on strength to fight with me is not enough. The old man's face did not show any anger after suffering a loss. Instead, he coldly laughed as he looked at Xiao Yan and spoke. A glint flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard these words. The corners of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. He also coldly laughed as he replied, "In that case, may I know what you mean by these words?" The old man felt some anger in his heart when he heard Xiao Yan's act of ignorance. This brat was already in trouble, yet he still dared to ask such a question. This really caused him to feel a little surprised. "Humph, brat, you are really arrogant. My withered poison palm and poison centipede finger are high-level ultimate skills from the super faction in the middle region, the Du AI sect. Both of them dominate the world with their potent poison. If the two of them were to be added together, the poison would multiply. You actually dare to be so arrogant even after being poisoned. You are really seeking death." Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard the old man's words. Du AI sect, a faction in the middle region. Could this old man be someone from the middle region? Oh, Du AI sect, huh? Still exists. However, I wonder if the current Du AI sect is still the same Du AI sect from back then. Suddenly, Gu Yu's somewhat emotional voice was transmitted into Xiao Yan's heart, causing Xiao Yan to raise his brows again. Just how long had this crossing disaster sect existed? It actually caused Gu Yu to sigh endlessly. "Old Gu, do you know about this Du AI sect?" Xiao Yan involuntarily asked when he heard Gu Yu's emotional sigh. Gu Yu smiled faintly in his heart as he replied to Xiao Yan. Du AI sect was founded 5,000 years ago. The Crossing Disaster sect was established 5,000 years ago, and its founder was an expert whose strength had reached the Great Origin Saint stage. His status was the same as the little girl you met in Qinyang City. He also had the woeful poison body. Xiao Yan's mind suddenly shook when these words sounded. His heart was filled with surprise. The Du AI sect had been established by someone with the woeful poison body. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that the person with the woeful poison body had actually reached the Great Origin Saint stage. The Great Origin Saint stage was the true top expert of the entire Yuanwu continent. However, Xiao Yan frowned in the blink of an eye. He involuntarily felt some doubt in his heart. Back then, the little fairy doctor had been a Dozun, but she had already had difficulty suppressing the woeful poison body. If she had not gathered the monster core of the sky poison dragon scorpion beast and many other natural treasures, it would have been difficult for her to control it. However, the woeful poison body from the ancient times had reached the Great Origin Saint stage. How could this gap not cause Xiao Yan to feel suspicious? There is no need to think too much. That person's strength has indeed reached the Origin Saint stage. Moreover, the woeful poison body within her body has yet to erupt. Huh? Since it had yet to erupt, did that not mean that the woeful poison body of that person had not been suppressed? She is extraordinary. Ever since she started training, she has forcefully suppressed the woeful poison body each time it erupts. Even until the day she dies, it is still the same. Xiao Yan's heart was once again startled when he heard this. This person was truly an extraordinary person. The determination in her heart was truly unparalleled. Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to ask something, the old man's body shook. Purple-black Do Qi swiftly gathered in his palm as a palm attacked Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. His body shook as Do Qi instantly surged from his palm. His right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist as he threw a punch at the old man. Chapter 90. Withered Poison Palm. Purple-black Do Qi continued to spew out from the old man's palm. This technique was actually the extremely poisonous withered poison palm. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged in the face of this. After all, regardless of how poisonous his Do Qi was, it was as though it was nothing in front of a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan threw a punch forward. All the strength in his body poured out and violently smashed towards the old man's palm, which had already turned purple-black. Octane Blast. It was another Octane Blast. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already arrived in front of the old man. His right fist violently smashed towards the shriveled palm. Bang! One fist and one palm separated upon contact. However, without waiting for them to rest, the two figures once again collided. The originally pitch-black, ink-like, endless empty space appeared even more empty at this moment. In merely a short moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 300 blows. Each blow was ruthless and each one was fatal. If it were not for the fact that the two of them were different from ordinary people, it was likely that they would have to pay quite a hefty price. The surrounding crowd had already retreated to an even further place in the horizon. If they did not flee further away from such a huge battle, it was likely that the many cultivators in Yenluo City could only end their lives here today. Xiao Yan and the old man each stood on one side of the endless empty space in the sky. Some tiny beads of perspiration hung on Xiao Yan's forehead. Occasionally, some perspiration would roll down Xiao Yan's face, wetting a corner of Xiao Yan's clothes. At this moment, the auras of the two had become somewhat unstable. Clearly, this endless battle was still unbearable for the both of them, even though their strength had already reached the half-emperor level. Humph, brat, after receiving 300 withered poison palms from this old man, the poison within has already entered your body. As long as this old man wills it, the poison will immediately erupt. Today, you will definitely die in my hands. Kikik. At this moment, this old man with a distorted face appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. His grayish-white long hair was scattered in front of him. His purple-black long robe had also turned into pieces. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was filled with a bloodthirst. Hearing the madman's words, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a sneer, and the playful look in his eyes became even stronger. A ferocious expression was revealed on the madman's distorted face when he saw this. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. At this moment, he was already prepared to enjoy Xiao Yan's painful appearance when the poison acted up. The old man stared ferociously at Xiao Yan. With a thought, he waited for the moment when Xiao Yan showed fear on his face. Unfortunately, for a full 5 breaths' time, Xiao Yan did not move at all under the old man's tight gaze. Instead, Xiao Yan only smiled as he looked at the old man. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on the old man's distorted face. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan. How is this possible? How can you control it? Even if you are an alchemist, even if you have a divine pill, it is impossible for you to completely suppress this withered poison palm. You, what exactly? Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Xiao Yan had already made his move. Xiao Yan extended his right hand in front of him and pointed at the old man in the distance. A cold smile was lifted from the corners of his mouth. With a thought, a cluster of gorgeous flames appeared in Xiao Yan's palm with a puff sound. When the old man saw the gorgeous flame in Xiao Yan's palm, his originally distorted face suddenly tensed up at this moment. Numerous ferocious wiggling gullies appeared on his eye-catching scar. A long while later, the old man's eyes continued to stare intently at the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. His eyes were without spirit. Only 15 minutes later did he use a hoarse voice and trembling lips to speak with a face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. How can it be? A heavenly flame? That was impossible. All the heavenly flames in the world have already formed a spirit. Unless one is a talented individual, how can one obtain their favor? How can you obtain it? Xiao Yan merely laughed in the face of the old man's nonsense. All the heavenly flames in the world had a spirit. This point was something that Old Bone had told him long ago. However, his heavenly flame originated from the Doqi continent. Why would he need the acknowledgement of those fellows? At this moment, the old man was speaking such crazy words. This naturally caused Xiao Yan to laugh coldly. With a flip of his hand, the heavenly flame was absorbed into his body. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth once again smiled. He coldly laughed at the old man and said, "I did not have enough fun fighting just now. Let's do it again." Congealing fire finger. Xiao Yan's body moved and had already arrived beside the old man. He extended his finger and a gorgeous flame swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's finger. Wherever this finger passed, the world was destroyed. The endless empty space, which had just recovered a little, was once again shattered into pieces by this finger. The dou qi on Xiao Yan's finger gathered with all his might. The gorgeous flame appeared to have agglomerated into a substance. It carried a flying swan aura that could break the world as it pointed directly at the old man's life gate with the intention of determining life and death. At this moment, the old man could no longer be bothered about whether Xiao Yan had a heavenly flame on his body. No matter what, the two of them would definitely have a big battle today. If he was afraid of Xiao Yan at this moment, it was likely that he would no longer have the opportunity to fight. Ha! So what if he has a heavenly flame on his body? It is merely a wisp of heavenly flame essence. Not to mention a wisp of source energy. Even if his true body appears today, this old man will make sure that he doesn't return alive. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. A certain fellow within his body seemed to be a little unhappy. The old man did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan's finger. His body forcefully turned in the air, and his finger met Xiao Yan's congealing fire finger. Poison weeping finger. This poison weeping finger was even more solid than before. Rich purple-black dou qi gathered at one spot, causing the might of this finger to be even stronger than before. Bang! Xiao Yan's body did not move at all after the finger was pointed. A cold smile appeared on his face as his body suddenly shook. An enormous force poured out from his finger and violently smashed onto the old man's body. Bang! The old man was clearly unable to endure any longer. Even though he was a 5-star half-emperor, he was still unable to reverse the situation with the heavenly flame. His body had just pulled back when Xiao Yan once again followed closely behind. The old man's expression changed. He could not be bothered about his miserable appearance as his body did a donkey roll in the air. Only then did he dodge Xiao Yan's attack. Damn it! Brat, you are really the first person to cause the old me to suffer in such a manner. The old me admits that you possess extraordinary strength with the heavenly flame in your body. Even though this is the case, the old me will definitely end you here today. The old man's body suddenly shook before his voice sounded. A monstrous aura spread out from within his body. His shriveled hand was pulled back in front of his chest. His finger moved continuously and numerous complicated seals were formed. The aura of the old man also soared at an extremely frightening speed. Brat, since you possess the heavenly flame in your body and possess the heavenly flame in your body, today, you can also have a taste of this old me's 10,000 poison body. Take a look at this old me's 10,000 poison body. Before his voice sounded, a purple-black lotus poison seal appeared between the old man's distorted brows. Following the appearance of this lotus poison seal, the old man's aura also soared in an instant. His originally powerful aura swept apart like a monstrous wave at this moment, causing the entire Yanluo city to tremble unceasingly at this moment. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together the moment he saw the purple-black poison seal between the old man's brows. This old fellow actually also possessed the woeful poison body. However, Xiao Yan's grave expression recovered in an instant. Although he also possessed the woeful poison body, this old fellow was like Bing Hezunja back then. It was a man-made woeful poison body. It was many times weaker than a genuine woeful poison body. Not only that, under Xiao Yan's senses, this old fellow's 10,000 poison body was still much weaker than Bing Hezunja back then. It was completely an incomplete, half-finished product. Originally, I was planning to play with you a couple of times. However, since this is the case, it will be extremely easy to deal with you. Thinking back to back then, Bing Hezunja was indeed extraordinary from Xiao Yan's point of view. He was able to endure the pain of turning into a woeful poison body. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan also felt a little interested in him. Additionally, he was familiar with the meridians of the woeful poison body. The few meridians that needed to be used in this half-finished product had already been completely familiarized by Xiao Yan. At this moment, it could be said that it was extremely easy for him to deal with this old fellow. Ha! Arrogant brat. Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, you will definitely fall under my poison today. 10,000 poison body, 10,000 mild destruction, great desolate weeping poison, exterminate. The old fellow's body suddenly shook after his voice sounded. Purple-black Do Chi instantly surged out. The entire place was covered by this poison fog that permeated the sky in an instant. Even among the crowd, who had already withdrawn tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were people whose faces instantly turned grayish-black under this poison fog at this moment. Dark black blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. In merely a moment, many people who could be considered experts in Yen Luo City had already turned into a pool of blood before completely disappearing from this world. Even those who were not poisoned did their best to maneuver the little Do Chi within their bodies to wrap around themselves and do their best to resist. At this moment, Yen Luo City had already turned into a dead city. Any place where there were people had turned into a pool of blood. Where there were no people, the land was barren and all life had been extinguished. After this battle, this Yen Luo City would no longer have any life in the next 100 years. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's face remained calm. Only when the poison fog attacked did he slowly raise his hand. He extended a finger and a light flickered on his finger. A cluster of thumb-sized flame, which looked like it could be extinguished at any moment, slowly rose. Immediately, Xiao Yan pressed his finger forward. A water-like flame ripple spread out. Wherever the flame passed, the purple-black poison fog in the sky appeared to be like ice that had encountered a raging fire. A chi-chi sound was emitted, after which it turned into a clear fog and disappeared into the empty space. The old fellow's distorted face instantly changed when he saw this scene. However, before he could do anything, Xiao Yan's distant figure flashed. He used the sky extinction step and appeared beside the old fellow in a flash. Fire lotus break. With a thought, countless small angry Buddha fire lotuses appeared around Xiao Yan's body. His right fist was suddenly clenched and Xiao Yan's fist carried an overwhelming might as it suddenly smashed toward the old fellow. Bang! An explosion sounded. In an instant, this entire place was swallowed by the endless empty space. The poison fog that permeated the sky also disappeared in an instant. The wild and violent Do Chi wave was only completely swallowed by the endless empty space when it was about to reach the countless number of people. The crowd once again retreated by thousands of kilometers after being shaken. They were afraid that they would be implicated again. A half-D expert was indeed frightening. Even this world had difficulty restraining them. It was really impossible to imagine just how powerful those true experts at the peak of the continent would be once they attacked. It was likely that with a casual flip of their palm, the entire continent would instantly crumble apart. It was a long while later before this place returned to its natural state. The clothes of the old man with a distorted face were completely torn in front of everyone's eyes. Fresh blood had already turned his entire body into a bloody person, causing him to appear even more ferocious and frightening. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the body of this old fellow was actually a little illusionary. In order to fight Xiao Yan, this old fellow had actually self-destructed his Bandi body. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, although he was in a much better state compared to this old fellow, the palm imprint on his chest was also quite eye-catching. The dark red palm imprint informed everyone that even though Xiao Yan had the heavenly flame on his body, he was still unable to avoid being eroded by the poison force in the face of this old fellow's full force attack. This old fellow's full force attack could be said to be frightening. This old fellow had actually used his life to exchange for Xiao Yan's life at the last moment. He wanted to perish together with Xiao Yan. He sacrificed all of his essence blood and gathered all of his poison force. Using his physical body as a medium, he self-destructed his Bandi body and collided with Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan, who had the heavenly flame on his body, used the Emperor Flame to forcefully resist. Therefore, this old fellow had difficulty injuring him. The might of the heavenly flame was clearly extraordinary. Cough, cough. That heavenly flame of yours, just what kind of heavenly flame? At this moment, this old fellow finally understood the situation. Xiao Yan might seem ordinary, but his explosive strength was sufficient to fight against him. Moreover, he had the protection of the heavenly flame. The poison force that he was so proud of was completely useless. Although he could cause Xiao Yan to be eroded by the poison force, as long as Xiao Yan was willing to pay a huge price, he would definitely be able to get rid of it. Therefore, he would definitely lose today's battle. This was a foregone conclusion. When Xiao Yan heard this old fellow's words, he clearly understood in his heart that these should be his last words. Since that was the case, there was no harm in saying them. His heart paused for a moment. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the old fellow. His lips parted slightly and a calm voice was transmitted into the old fellow's ears alone. This flame is called the Emperor Flame. In an instant, the old fellow's eyes suddenly widened. The depths of his eyes were filled with horror. His mouth continuously muttered that word. Emperor Flame, Emperor Flame. Tisk tsk you do. I never imagined that a traitor of the Crossing Adversity sect like you would actually have such a day. Tisk tsk tsk tsk. Suddenly, a dark mocking voice was quietly emitted from the empty space. This caused the entire space to freeze slightly. The expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly became gloomy after this voice was emitted. Third Hall Master, you have finally appeared. Chapter 91. Tsk 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 tsk. I never imagined that the Flame Emperor, who fought so fiercely with us 7 half-emperors back then, would be injured by a mere 5-star half-emperor. When these words were spoken, the old man with a distorted face was the first to tremble. His originally illusory body became even more illusory at this moment, facing 7 half-martial emperors by himself. Such strength was truly not something that he could contend against. Xiao Yan completely ignored the Third Hall Master's words. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Shen ruler, which was on the verge of shattering, fell into Xiao Yan's palm. As he held the ruler's hilt, Xiao Yan stared at the Third Hall Master with an ice-cold expression and said in an icy tone, Third Hall Master, do you remember where the crack on the ruler's body came from? The Third Hall Master was also stunned by Xiao Yan's words. He casually glanced at the heavy Shen ruler, which was on the verge of shattering. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he sneered. Of course I remember. This crack was left behind by a palm strike from me. However, this heavy Shen ruler is not bad. The ruler's body is made from flaming meteorite mysterious iron. It is truly indestructible. Even now, I can still remember the numbness I felt at that time. Tsk 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 tsk. Before the Third Hall Master's words had even left his mouth, Xiao Yan's expression had already turned extremely gloomy. A light flashed in his palm as he withdrew the heavy Shen ruler. His body moved as he suddenly executed the Sky Extinction Step and charged toward the Third Hall Master. Tsk 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 tsk. You are not in your best condition now. How can it be so easy to defeat me again? Today, this old man has come fully prepared. After the Third Hall Master's words left his mouth, he flipped his shriveled palm across the air. A pitch-black pearl appeared in his hand. This pearl did not look like much. However, the endless darkness within it caused one to feel a sense of pressure for no reason. When Xiao Yan saw the bead for the first time, a palm-sized jade bottle in the middle-grade storage ring on his hand trembled slightly at this moment, as if it was calling out to something. When Xiao Yan saw that the bead was incomparably strange, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. His body, which was charging forward, once again shook. In a flash, he had appeared beside the Third Hall Master. Fire Lotus! A low cry sounded and the natural energy swiftly gathered. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body suddenly moved. In merely an instant, the Third Hall Master and Xiao Yan were already surrounded by the small Angry Buddha lotus flame that permeated the sky. If such a large number of Angry Buddha lotus flames were to erupt, it was likely that this entire place would be destroyed in an instant. When the Third Palace Master saw this, he let out a sharp, cold laugh. The old face under the mask was filled with disdain. His shriveled hand suddenly clenched, and the black bead in his hand instantly exploded. In merely an instant, the empty space, which had just returned to normal, once again turned into endless darkness at this moment. Heavy spirit region, open. The third hall master let out an explosive cry. In an instant, the sky was filled with an extremely dense, dark energy. Under this energy, even Xiao Yan immediately felt an incomparably terrifying gravity pressing down on him, causing him to be unable to move even an inch. TSK, 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 TSK. In this heavy spirit region, it is time for you to restrain your agility and speed that you are so proud of. Today you, the Flame Emperor, will definitely be mine. The heavy spirit region was forcefully refined by the elites of my Ghost Temple sect by fusing millions of spirits. Once it is unleashed, anyone who is not a member of my Ghost Temple sect or has received my approval will be forcefully suppressed and unable to move even an inch. The third hall master crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Xiao Yan's body, which was almost frozen in the air. A bloody smile appeared at the corner of his mouth under the mask. His body moved and he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. His claw struck out and viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's chest. Ha! King Kong glass body. Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. Break it. At this moment, Xiao Yan did not dare to relax even a little. He suddenly let out an explosive cry in his heart and instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. Pieces of purple gold dragon scales instantly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Level 8 collapse. Break the mountains and rivers. With a furious roar, Xiao Yan's 1,000 feet tall body suddenly moved. The terrifying pressure within the heavy spirit region was completely ignored by Xiao Yan at this moment. Flame region. Break it. With a punch, the entire world shook. Heavenly flames that could burn the heavens and devour the earth gushed out from the surface of Xiao Yan's body and swept across the heavy spirit region. 10,000 flames destroy evil. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Explode. Boom! A rumbling sound that shook the world was suddenly emitted from the heavy spirit region. Yanluo city below had already been blasted into a bottomless abyss. This ancient city had completely disappeared from this world at this moment. The endless crowd had already scattered and fled in all directions. This place had already turned into a true Azura purgatory. The only ones who remained were Su Zhen and his great-grandfather. Of course, Mu Ling was rescued by Xiao Yan. Naturally, he was also waiting in the sky for the end of this battle. Today's battle could be said to be terrifying. It was the biggest battle that they had ever witnessed in their lives. 3 elite half-D Zune experts and tens of thousands of miles of land were instantly destroyed within a day. Today's battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the southwestern border. This was because there would definitely be a half-D Zune expert falling in Yanluo City today. Everything that Xiao Yan had done was naturally reflected in the eyes of the third hall chief. Being able to forcefully perform such swift actions under such great gravity had indeed caused the third hall chief to feel surprised for Xiao Yan in his heart. Xiao Yan's growth ability was indeed extremely frightening. It was likely that it had only been over 20 years since his true rise. However, it was during these 20 years that Xiao Yan's strength was comparable to some of the true geniuses on the Origin Martial Continent. However, the more this was the case, the greater the fear that the third hall chief felt for Xiao Yan in his heart became. If Xiao Yan were to truly grow in the future, it was likely that even their ghost temple gate would follow in Hun Tiandi's footsteps. This was something that they would not allow to happen. Hence, the third hall chief must bring Xiao Yan back today. Xiao Yan, the old me admits that you are indeed one of the few great geniuses that the old me acknowledges. Your training talent can be said to be monstrous. Unfortunately, you and I belong to this world. Bringing you back to our sect is an important task for the old me. Hence, I will have to ask you to make a trip with the old me today. Heavy spirit region, spirit solidifying palm. A hoarse cry sounded. The third hall chief's body flashed and withdrew 1,000 feet away. The seal in his hand changed rapidly. Soon after, countless dark black spirits appeared out of nowhere within the heavy spirit region. They were absorbed into the third hall chief's palm, following the seal in his hand. Spirit solidifying palm, breaking the world. A large dark black palm slowly appeared a couple of dozen feet in front of the third hall master. Waves of ghost-like howls were emitted from it. Countless numbers of souls also surfaced on the palm. Their faces, which appeared to be in extreme pain, appeared even darker and deathly still. Humph! You bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. Today I, Xiao Yan, shall learn a thing or two from you. Flame domain, fallen heart flame, destroying the evil and devouring the spirit, purifying demonic lotus flame, incinerate the world. The frightening pressure around Xiao Yan's body temporarily disappeared after the angry Buddha lotus flame appeared. Xiao Yan's body also became lighter. Both of his hands were waved. The fallen heart flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame emitted a puff sound as they rose from his palm. The invisible flame emitted wave after wave of invisible fire airwaves. The heavy spirit region emitted a chi-chi sound wherever it passed. A large black fog appeared in the empty space. The purifying demonic lotus flame in Xiao Yan's other hand had also turned into a beautiful pink lotus flower. It slowly lingered in Xiao Yan's palm. A circular fire air wave spread with each rotation. The spiritual strength, which had just been refined by the fallen heart flame, was completely refined by the purifying demonic lotus flame at this moment. The palm-sized jade bottle in Xiao Yan's storage ring emitted a weak glow after the spiritual strength was refined to a pure state. Immediately, the pure spiritual strength drifted into Xiao Yan's storage ring uncontrollably. Soon after, it was absorbed by the jade bottle. All of this might seem obvious, but no one present discovered it. Even Guyu was completely unaware of this. Chapter 92. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Yan and the third hall master each took 100 steps back. The third hall master did not expect that Xiao Yan was still able to unleash such a powerful strength despite the strong suppression of the heavy spirit region. Xiao Yan's technique was the first that the third hall master had ever seen among the younger generation. The Flame Emperor Xiao Yan really lives up to his reputation. The third hall master panted heavily. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan under the mask. A somewhat hoarse voice was slowly emitted from his mouth. The third hall master is indeed worthy of being the hall master of the Hall of Souls. Your strength is really not bad. The words from the third hall master's mouth caused Xiao Yan's expression to become even colder. His tone was also extremely cold. At this moment, the two of them appeared to be extremely miserable. The third hall master's black robe was also in tatters. Waves of black fog surged out of the third hall master's body and lingered around him. A fiery red flame palm print could be seen at a glance in front of his chest. The strength of this palm was so great that it caused the third hall master's chest to cave in by an inch. It caused one to involuntarily feel a wave of horror when looking at it. One could vaguely see traces of blood flowing at the corner of the black mask that covered his face. This indicated that the third hall master was injured. Compared to the third hall master, Xiao Yan appeared to be in a much better state. The heavy pressure from the heavy spirit region seemed to have been completely destroyed by Xiao Yan. Of course, this was not the case. With the addition of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body, Xiao Yan's defense had reached an extremely frightening level. Even though this was the case, the third hall chief's powerful strength still caused Xiao Yan to suffer serious injuries. The golden light that flowed over the enormous body of the King Kong glass body had already become extremely dim. The dragon scales that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared. Under the golden light, one could vaguely see some fresh blood rolling down Xiao Yan's strong arm. At a glance, it was a little frightening. On Xiao Yan's enormous body, there were a countless number of clear fist imprints on his chest that entered one's eyes. The fist imprints were extremely deep, causing Xiao Yan's chest to appear just like uneven ground. It was a tragic sight that one could not bear to look at. The two of them had exchanged over 100 blows, but they were evenly matched. Although the third hall master was a 7-star ban emperor, he was still forcefully suppressed in front of Xiao Yan's terrifying Dragon Phoenix bloodline. With the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, Xiao Yan's current defense was comparable to the orthodox ancient Void Dragon tribe. He was a true human-shaped shield. The body of the dragon tribe was so terrifying that the third hall master did not dare to casually face a young dragon. Moreover, Xiao Yan's current defense was so terrifying that the third hall master could not easily suppress him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's current strength was still too weak. Even with the Dragon Phoenix bloodline as a supplement, it was still difficult for him to suppress the third hall master. This gave the third hall master a chance to counterattack. Otherwise, it was likely that the third hall master would have died in Xiao Yan's hands even if he had the heavy spirit region as his strongest suppression. The third hall master narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. His gaze then landed on Yudu, who was only left with his soul. A light flashed deep in his eyes, and the third hall master's words drifted into Yudu's ears. Old ghost Yudu, I can see that you have been escaping from the Du-Yi sect for many years. I believe that you don't want to easily lose such a happy life, right? The expression in old ghost Yudu's eyes changed. His dry lips trembled slightly. He lifted his eyelids, only to see that the third hall master was focusing all his attention on Xiao Yan. Only then did he react and transmit a question back. Who exactly are you? TSK, 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 TSK. Old ghost Yudu, don't tell me that you can't tell who I am. You are that group of ghost things from the Ghost Temple sect. The third hall master's words were clear. The expression in Yudu's eyes became increasingly fearful as he immediately replied. However, the third hall master could not help but laugh mockingly. What are the people from my Ghost Temple sect? TSK, 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 TSK. Compared to my Ghost Temple sect, your Du-Yi sect doesn't seem to be any better. For the sake of upgrading his woeful poison body and allowing himself to possess a genuine woeful poison body, he actually wanted to forcefully devour the sect's holy maiden. Such methods are not the least bit inferior to those of my Ghost Temple sect. TSK, TSK. Humph. The old me has already severed my relationship with the Du-Yi sect. What does the matter of the Du-Yi sect have to do with the old me? If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing, don't implicate the old me. The old me is a person who is about to die. It is not in vain to seek longevity. The third hall master laughed sinisterly when he heard this. He ignored the indifference on Yudu's face as he smiled and said, That's right. You, whose strength is not a Do-Di, will indeed not be able to last for long in your spiritual state. Although there are 3 living bodies here, their strength is ultimately insufficient to accommodate your spirit. The third hall master paused when he spoke until this point. He did not say anything else. A desolate dark glow appeared deep within Yudu's eyes. There was also fear contained within it. Who didn't fear death? Even if it was Yudu, an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. If he could survive, Yudu would definitely not think about facing death. The third hall master had also seen this little fear deep within Yudu's heart. Hence, he spoke in such a manner in order to stir up the hope of living in Yudu's heart. You want the old me to join hands with you to deal with this matter together? Yudu's dry throat involuntarily moved a little. He forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. The third hall master also understood in his heart when he saw this. He coldly laughed in his heart and transmitted a message. Brother Yudu is indeed worthy of being a person who has lived for a long time. This is exactly what I am thinking in my heart. Yudu had already been completely bewitched by the third hall master with these words. Even though he was still on guard in his heart, how could the current Yudu fight against the third hall master who was at his peak condition? All of this was definitely within the third hall master's control. The things that had happened between the two of them might appear to have taken a long time, but if they were to be separated, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. A bandit was able to freely use any amount of time. A few breaths was already enough for them to do many things. The two of them had just finished their discussion when the third hall master had already focused all of his attention on Xiao Yan. His eyes narrowed and a stern expression flashed across them. Flame D Xiao Yan. TSK, 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 TSK. Try and receive an attack from the old me. Heavy spirit region. Rise for me. An explosive cry sounded. Another layer of dark black ink-like darkness came pressing down on Xiao Yan's body outside of the empty space that was covered by an endless amount of flame. In just an instant, the flame domain that Xiao Yan had created with endless heavenly flames was forcefully pushed back, as if it had shrunk. It only stopped when it was 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. This heavy spirit region was actually so powerful. Even with the support of the flame domain, Xiao Yan still felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pressing down on his body, causing Xiao Yan's aura to become slightly heavier. When the third hall master saw this, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer under the mask. His body moved and he retreated 100 steps. He raised both of his hands in front of his chest, and the seals in his hands changed rapidly. The space in front of the third hall master twisted, and a pitch-black darkness appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, the third hall master plunged into it. Instantly, within the range of Xiao Yan's spiritual power, all of the third hall master's aura disappeared instantly, as if he had never appeared. It was extremely strange. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the third hall master to have such a trick up his sleeve. In this case, it would be much more difficult to deal with the third hall master. Just as Xiao Yan was about to move, the space beside him surged. Wave-like ripples spread out from the space beside Xiao Yan. Immediately, a withered palm suddenly slammed out, viciously slamming towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan was initially shocked by this sudden attack, but he quickly reacted. As his body retreated, he also slammed out a palm, violently slamming it against the palm. At the moment of collision, a huge force was transmitted from Xiao Yan's palm, forcing Xiao Yan to take half a step back. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's powerful palm slammed out across the air, but it did not hit anything. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. Not only did his attack fail, but he had also suffered a hidden loss. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely fearful in his heart. However, even though he was fearful, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that the third hall master would not be able to hold on for long given his current condition. Otherwise, he would have used this method from the start. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan also poured out all of his spiritual strength, wrapping it within 100 feet radius around him. Only in this way would Xiao Yan be able to react as quickly as possible when danger approached. Chi with a chi sound. Xiao Yan's body turned on the spot. His palm violently slammed out, violently slamming towards a certain turbulent space behind him. Yellow spring palm. Xiao Yan threw his palm forward and the turbulent space instantly stilled. Immediately, it shook a couple of times before it recovered its calmness. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, continued to carefully observe the space around him as he waited for the third hall master to appear. Bang! Buddha palm. Suddenly, the space above Xiao Yan's head became distorted. An enormous towering palm appeared out of nowhere. It carried an imposing aura that could cover the sky as it pressed down on Xiao Yan. The strength of the palm was so great that it was difficult for Xiao Yan's body to move like a stone statue. However, how could Xiao Yan allow himself to be trampled on? The Do Qi in his body suddenly erupted. The strength of the heavenly flame instantly spread out. The burning heavenly flame instantly wrapped around Xiao Yan, forming a countless number of fire clusters of similar size within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. Soon after, under a thought from Xiao Yan, the countless number of fire clusters suddenly flickered. They instantly transformed into countless number of fire pillars that shot towards the sky. Their aura was like a rainbow as they attempted to break the enormous palm. The third hall master was clearly quite afraid of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Hence, he revealed his body from the heavy spirit region. In a flash, he had already appeared above the enormous palm. The enormous force under his feet shook. The speed of the enormous palm, which was already swiftly slamming down, became a little faster. In an instant, it collided with the countless number of fire pillars. Bang! A wild and ferocious storm instantly swept across the entire sky, causing the land within a radius of 10,000 miles to be covered by a layer of fog. The originally clear sky also turned dark at this moment. The countless number of fire pillars that reached the sky still stood proudly in the sky within the heavy spirit region. They each occupied a piece of land with the enormous palm, standing equally against it. The third hall master was clearly extremely dissatisfied with this. Even after using the suppression of the heavy spirit region, he was still unable to quickly finish off Xiaoyan. If news of this were to spread, his reputation as the hall master would likely become a laughingstock. Humph! With a cold snort, the third hall master suddenly waved his hand. The seals in his hand rapidly changed. Soon after, one could see the heavy spirit region, which encompassed the entire world, rapidly shrink at this moment. In just a moment, the heavy spirit region, which covered the entire sky, had already shrunk to a few thousand feet in size. The power within it was naturally stacked up. After the third hall master completed all of this, Xiaoyan's expression became completely grave. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for Xiaoyan to even move a finger. Even the fire pillars that reached the sky seemed to be forcefully pressed down by this extremely frightening gravity. One could imagine the true power of the heavy spirit region. The muscles all over Xiaoyan's body tensed up. The dragon phoenix bloodline in his body continued to circulate. The dragon phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body were once again displayed. Even so, Xiaoyan still did not have enough strength to resist the heavy spirit region. In the sky, the endless number of fire pillars had already been continuously pressed down by the enormous hand. It was likely that Xiaoyan would soon become its next prey. Ha! A cry was emitted from his throat with great difficulty. The heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body suddenly swept over his entire body. Immediately, it shrank into the middle of the vortex within Xiaoyan's body and transformed into the appearance of an old man. The old man's face was ruddy. His long hair of various colors was the most eye-catching. His long hair was actually divided into 21 different colors. The appearance of this old man was that of the Tu-Shi ancient god. However, this old man was merely formed from the Emperor Flame at this moment. He was not the true Tu-Shi ancient god. A brilliant flame glow suddenly shot out from deep within Xiaoyan's eyes the moment the old man returned to his position. The veins on his forehead swiftly protruded. His strong body once again grew by a couple of feet. His entire body shook as an explosive roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth towards the sky. Heavenly flame merge. Extermination fire body. Activate. His voice had just sounded when the Tu-Shi ancient god's tightly shut eyes within Xiaoyan's body suddenly opened. A vast and mighty glow rose to the sky. In an instant, it completely merged with Xiaoyan. In an instant, Xiaoyan's body, which had grown by 1,000 feet from the King Kong glass body, once again swelled. A wave of frightening flame strength suddenly swept out from deep within Xiaoyan's body, causing this enormous body of Xiaoyan to instantly transform into a completely flaming person. The heavenly flame that incinerated the sky continued to sweep out from within Xiaoyan's body. The flame domain that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame suddenly emitted a bang sound. The heavy spirit region, which had shrunk by a couple of times, emitted a bang sound as it was forcefully blasted apart. The flame domain that emitted a high temperature instantly swept apart like floodwater. Roar! Fallen heart flame. Purifying demonic lotus flame. Burn for me! A rolling thunder-like roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth, causing the entire place to tremble unceasingly. Xiaoyan's entire body shook. His right hand was suddenly waved. Immediately, he clenched it with great force. The heavenly flame flowed out from between the gaps of Xiaoyan's fist like flowing water. Immediately, Xiaoyan's right arm once again shook. His foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. Endless heavenly flame shot out from under Xiaoyan's feet, entering deep into the ground and disappearing. Xiaoyan's enormous body borrowed the force and suddenly charged toward the enormous palm. In merely an instant, he had already arrived under this enormous palm. Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out. A frightening fist wind was wrapped around a frightening heavenly flame that could incinerate the empty air. It suddenly smashed into the enormous palm. The purifying demonic lotus flame and the fallen heart flame that wrapped around Xiaoyan's body instantly and easily refined the black fog around him. However, Xiao Yan's movements did not stop. His fist had yet to land when another punch was already thrown out. It violently smashed into the enormous palm that blotted out the sun. The frightening aura caused the entire sky to tremble repeatedly. It had the momentum to break the sky. Roar! Angry Buddha lotus flame. Agglomerate. Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly waved. Immediately, he clenched it across the air. When he opened it once again, a three-colored fire lotus the size of a soccer ball had already appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's palm was violently thrown out. The places where the palm wind passed were completely refined by the fallen heart flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame. Even when Xiao Yan sent the angry Buddha lotus flame into his palm, he did not pause even a little. Roar! Xiao Yan's body flashed and he explosively withdrew by 100 steps. Suddenly, he let out a long roar towards the sky. The strength of the heavenly flame instantly covered the sky. After the long roar, the entire place was immediately wrapped by a wild and violent suction force. The endless black fog was completely swallowed by Xiao Yan into his body. Even a portion of the enormous palm that reached the sky was swallowed and refined by Xiao Yan. The third hall master's face was indifferent in the face of all of this. He naturally knew that it was impossible to rely on this palm to subdue Xiao Yan. However, this was not his aim. Hence, he would naturally not stop Xiao Yan from doing whatever he wanted. What he wanted now was for Xiao Yan to exhaust himself. After all, even he did not have the confidence to completely defeat a powerful Xiao Yan. However, the thing that caused the third hall master to be surprised was that this was the first time that he had seen this kind of secret technique that Xiao Yan was using. It was even able to forcefully raise the strength of a Bandi expert by so much. This kind of secret technique could be said to be terrifying. Although the third hall master was tempted, he was not stupid. He could naturally tell that it was impossible to use this kind of secret technique without the support of many heavenly flames. Roar! A moment later, the originally deep and dark light on the enormous palm that blotted out the sun under the third hall master's feet had already become extremely dim. It was likely that the energy within it had already been completely swallowed and refined by Xiao Yan. Grade 8 collapse. With an explosive cry, Xiao Yan's body shook in the air. His foot once again violently stomped on the empty air. His body flashed and completely shattered the enormous palm, turning it into light spots that permeated the sky. Soon after, Xiao Yan's fist directly struck the third hall master's face, intending to kill the third hall master in one blow. At this moment, Xiao Yan was completely aware that the time that he could maintain the extermination fire body was almost up. If he was unable to quickly finish off the third hall master during this period of time, it was likely that he would leave behind quite a lot of trouble in the future. Xiao Yan's fist pierced through the empty air. Even though he was a great distance away, the blazing wind still caused the third hall master to feel a fiery heat all over his body. With regards to this, the third hall master naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Fortunately, he had a card up his sleeve and was not the slightest bit afraid of Xiao Yan's unstoppable attack. Just as Xiao Yan was within 100 feet of the third hall master, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across the third hall master's eyes. He violently stomped on the empty air, and an extremely frightening gravity suddenly pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, a deep and dark light flashed under Xiao Yan's feet, causing Xiao Yan's charging body to suddenly be fixed in the empty air, unable to move even a little. The strength of that pressure caused Xiao Yan's frightening extermination fire body to be completely absorbed into his body in less than an instant. His enormous body also instantly returned to its original form. The clothes on Xiao Yan's body were completely shattered. The long robe on his upper body had long since disappeared. His white body was even more eye-catching in this darkness. This was especially the case when there was a hollow green-colored jade pendant in front of Xiao Yan's chest. That was a gift that Lian Er had given Xiao Yan before he left Qingyang City. She said that it was the only thing her grandmother had left for her. Old ghost, you do. If you don't act now, when will you? The third hall master also suddenly let out an explosive roar at this moment. It was not difficult to hear that even the third hall master was anxious within his voice. From the looks of it, he was not as relaxed as he appeared to be earlier when he forcefully suppressed Xiao Yan. When old Ghost Yu Du heard this, a glint instantly flashed deep within his eyes. His body flashed, and he had already appeared between Xiao Yan and the third hallmaster. His somewhat illusory body made Yu Du appear even weaker at this moment. However, his eyes were still flickering with an excited glow. Yu Du's heart was naturally extremely excited to be able to recover his physical body and destroy Xiao Yan to take revenge for his physical body. The corners of old Ghost Yu Du's mouth involuntarily revealed a cruel smile as he stood in front of Xiao Yan. Immediately, his eyes swept over and paused for a moment before they were fixed on the jade pendant. In an instant, Yu Du's eyes suddenly widened. An expression of disbelief flashed deep within his pupils. It was a long while later before Yu Du's eyes shifted away from the jade pendant with great difficulty. He looked at Xiao Yan and cried out sternly, "Tell me where that girl is, and I guarantee that I will leave you with a wisp of your soul." Flowing Time's comment. As a writer, Flowing Time is very apologetic. Due to my lack of experience, there are still many mistakes in the planning of the chapters. Perhaps I haven't even thought about the later parts of the novel. This is indeed a long-term goal, but I've forgotten about the recent events. I'm really sorry. Flowing Time is always planning for the various characters in the future. Perhaps I haven't thought it through for a long time, but I still can't help but think about the later parts of the plot. This book may not have much novelty because there was no overly difficult hurdle set for the main character during the writing process. However, this point will be changed as much as possible in the next volume. There will be more difficult hurdles. Life and death may not be something that I am willing to see, but time will do its best to show it. After all, the road of life is not an asphalt road, and it is not so smooth. Xiao Yan should have a moment of life and death. This is what I, as the author, believe. Of course, everyone knows what the ending will be. This path belongs to Xiao Yan, and this scene is also prepared for Xiao Yan. However, there are many main characters. Sometimes, whether to remove some of the main characters is a big problem in Time's heart. If you remove some of them, many people will think that this is not in line with Xiao Yan's strength. This is because as long as Xiao Yan has the slightest bit of hope, his friends will definitely not die. However, if you don't remove them, then the entire book will feel very cliché. In the end, everyone who has a good relationship with Xiao Yan will be fine. Therefore, this is a very difficult point. In addition, there is a main character that I have chosen before. She is Xiao Yan's confidant. Deep in my heart, I don't want anything to happen to her. However, for the sake of the sad atmosphere, I want her to suffer for once. This person is our nation's little sister, the little fairy doctor. Of course, if you are unwilling, please state it in the book review and comment section. Time will also remove it. I only hope that everyone will like it.